evening, dear audience, and thank you for being here with us at the event talking about what do international and even global book events make happen for countries that host them and for countries that visit them, and what they contribute to the publishing industry at home and abroad. We'll discuss this issue with the Minister of Culture of the Republic of Slovenia, Asta, Vrečko, with Arnaud Pasquali from the European Commission, and with Ian Denison from the UNESCO Network of World Book Capitals. We would like to discuss about the power of books, about diplomacy and cultural politics related to global book events. I would say that book fairs are still the most important book events with a wide outreach and mobilization of readers. And Arnaud is from the European Commission here today to talk about the idea behind EU deciding, becoming guest of honor at this year's Guadalajara Book Fair, which is the largest and most important book fair of Latin America and the Caribbean region. The minister will tell us what the motivation behind being the guest of honor at the Frankfurt Book Fair is. And Ian Denison from the UNESCO will tell us why it is so important to establish a network of all the world book capitals that we have been meeting through the last, 15, 20 years almost? 24 years. So I would like to ask each of you what the motivation behind these titles, networks, appearances is, what's the vision and the policy that's needed to bring this through. And I would invite Minister Asta Vrečko to take the word.
Thank you, and welcome all of you here in the Slovenian pavilion. Thank you, Renata, for organizing this talk. It is very important, I think, for every country to be involved in different initiatives, international networks, and so on, and be represented in international affairs, manifestation, events, because this makes our or every representative of culture visible. For Slovenia, this is even more important because with 2 million population and speakers of Slovenian language across the world, this is truly a remarkable possibility and achievement, and not the achievement, of course, by the Ministry of Culture. We are the supporters, we are making organizational and financial support, but the achievement of Slovenian writers, poets, translators, book agency, to be here, to be represented as such a small nation. And next year we are the guest of honor in Bologna for the youth and children literature, and of course we will be part of Guadalajara Book Fair. And for us, this is really, really super important, and because all of these events show that in the past 20 years, a lot has been done in the field of literature and culture. For us, as the Ministry of Culture and the government, we are happy and, of course, honored to be giving the support. We have financial support, we have different working groups, and working closely with everybody involved, and all that we can do is shift all of our policies to make this support even greater, and of course in the places that is needed. Maybe 10 years ago it was not the same as it is today, and within 10 days it will not be the same. We were talking yesterday here about reading culture. We were talking a lot last days, and we are talking a lot in the EU level about artificial intelligence that would also be influenced very much the field of culture translation. So this is also the flexibility of politics is also very, very important here. But of course, we have to hear from the actors on the field what is needed.
So we could say that both the visibility and the prestige gained from such title, from such endeavors, is important. What was the driving moment of the external relations of the European Commission, Arnaud, to present the EU in Guadalajara as a guest of country? It's not the first time, as we talked about it yesterday already. There was a similar presentation, a common one, at the International Book Fair of New Delhi in 2018. Is it the visibility and the reach out to the general public, or how much is it diplomacy, mission, cultural policy decision?
So thank you for the invitation, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to explain how we got to being guest of honor as EU in Guadalajara. So Guadalajara is one of the major book fair in the world, and the biggest in the Spanish-speaking world. The Guadalajara Book Fair first approached us a few years ago, before COVID, and says, well, we would like Europe or EU to be guest of honor. And then at the time, we were like, how do we do that? I mean, it's not like we have an agency at the European Commission for this. We don't have YAC like in Slovenia. We don't have Checklit, or we don't have this kind of specialized body to do this. And first of all, 27 countries. That sounds like mind-blowing. And then COVID came, and then the idea, disappeared. And then after the book fair in 2021, the Guadalajara Book Fair, they approached our embassy, our delegation in Mexico, and they say, okay, we would like you to be a guest of honor. And then our embassy called us and said, what do we do with this invitation? And then we say, let's do it, let's try. But in the meantime, as Minister Vrečko mentioned, before the two invitations, we had several talks with member states. We have what we call an OMC group, meaning a working group on translation, on multilingualism. We created a network between those agencies involved in promoting books at European level. So I think we had a better understanding on the value of being guest of honor, the idea of collaborating with member states on promoting book outside Europe, and I think we were more or less ready. Plus, our external relation body called External Action Service was ready to invest and to do something on cultural relations, cultural diplomacy. So this alignment of planet was favorable, and it was green-lighted. Of course, we didn't know to what extent it's not a nightmare, but just how difficult it is to be a guest of honor in a faraway country. And of course, if they knew it, they wouldn't. My colleagues would not have green-lighted this. But eventually, we have launched these projects. We have learned how to collaborate internally at Brussels levels, but also Brussels with all the capital cities in Europe. And I think we're exploring ways how to do cultural relations, how to promote our culture outside Europe in a joint way. And I think that's very motivating and very difficult. 2 years to do this, even less, to be guest of honor, to represent 27 countries in a book fair that is that welcomes something like 800,000 visitors or more. So we hope it's going to be a success.
Ian, what is the sustainability aspect behind the titles as the World Book Capital title, which is a very global title. Only in the last 3 years we had Accra, Guadalajara, Strasbourg is coming up. Ljubljana in Slovenia was World Book Capital in 2010. I think the city, not only the city, on the national level we gained much out of that year. Why is it important to develop a network of these World Book Capitals, and what kind of impact can such network have on local developments of the book sector?
Thank you, Renata. Thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm very flattered and I'm very happy to be here. Maybe I will just pick up on the last point that Arnaud was making, is the idea of collaboration. And I think, in a way, it's not just the outcome of being the guest of honor or being a World Book Capital city. There's a lot of process in there. And I found more and more that the process is as important as the final outcome. So maybe my starting point should be to, maybe not everybody knows what the World Book Capital program is about. So just very quickly, every year UNESCO makes a call for applications for one city from any city around the world to become the standard bearer for UNESCO as the city which represents the best of books and reading. So every year we make this call, and every year we have applications. And so we have an advisory committee made up of the International Publishers Association, International Federation of Library Associations, the International Authors Forum, and the European and International Booksellers Society. They all come together and we look at the candidates and we select a city based on the file that they send to us, which has to be supported by, of course, the city mayor, by the regional associations, and by the government, and by the UNESCO local membership. So when we have that city, then there's a recommendation that goes to the Director General of UNESCO, and we decide on a World Book Capital city. And during one whole year, beginning on April the 23rd, which is World Book and Copyright Day, the city has to have a year of activities where they show what they have in terms of potential for promoting books and reading, either through libraries, either through the publishers, so all the stakeholders are involved. So that's what the program is about, and so, as Renata said, we have been doing this now for 23, 24 years. This year, the World Book Capital is Accra from Ghana. Last year was Guadalajara, so I was in Guadalajara last year, and it's not so far away. It's a great place to be. Next year will be Strasbourg, and the year after Strasbourg, it will be Rio de Janeiro. So we're always planning 2 years ahead so that we give cities the time to prepare their show, their ability to promote and be the standard bearers for UNESCO in the area of books and reading. So what has struck me the most, I think, is that, first of all, this initiative does not come from UNESCO. The original initiative came from the International Publishers Association and from the member states of UNESCO, who felt it was important to show commitment to the book sector. And I have found, in working with the different cities, one of the most important aspects of this, we talk about diplomacy, cultural diplomacy, is in fact what happens is we bring together different parts of society. It's usually the publishers and the government, but it also means other actors, NGOs, authors associations, other associations. We bring them together to put together a plan and to implement the plan. And I have lots of examples where, talking to city representatives, they say, you know, this is the first time we've actually met with the government. This is the first time we've ever met with the publishers. And in fact, that bringing together of these different elements, the parts of society, this is, I think, what UNESCO's role is. We say in UNESCO that one of our functions is the power of the convener. So our role is the power of the convener to bring these different people together, because without UNESCO, the cities could do this. They don't need UNESCO to do the plan, and they don't need UNESCO to implement. But having UNESCO's authority, having UNESCO's reputation, and under UNESCO's leadership, it brings everybody together. And so it's kind of a catalyst for action in that one city. And this is exactly what the president of Ghana said in April this year when he launched the World Book Capital in Accra. He spoke about this program being the catalyst for action in Ghana to bring education, to bring reading to young people in that country. So that's very important. And in fact, we decided a few years ago to turn the program into a network, or to add a network onto the program, because the cities, the previous cities, were saying to me, we've done our year, we were great, we were happy doing that, we want more. We want more from the program. We want to stay in the program. We want to be part of something. So we built the network. So and building the network actually means that they have to go, because UNESCO has lost contact with the cities, and the cities have lost contact with each other. So in fact, now we are pushing those people who are mainly the experts in the cities on books and reading, we are pushing them to go back to the most recently elected city, the mayors and the governors of the cities, pushing them to talk to the cities again, to get the cities recommitted to books and to publishing and to reading. And so we are instigating a new reconnection with the city halls and bringing them together. And so bringing them together, that means sharing best practices between the cities. And I think for me, this is one of the most important elements, is that out of this, we can help other cities become World Book Capitals, or we can help cities learn from these cities, from the pool of knowledge that they have gathered, into how to promote books in their cities. So I think that the process for me was something I did not see at the beginning, but little, and the idea from the cities to create a network really has shown me that the importance of the role of UNESCO is to bring people together. And maybe my last point is maybe that's what book fairs are about as well. One of the things book fairs are about is to be a convener. There are other elements to book fairs as well. I mean, there's the business and then there's other elements, but also a convener to bring readers, publishers, authors, booksellers, translators, all together in one place, and to maybe celebrate the book together.
Thank you, Ian. I also think that it's always very interesting to see the different tools and approaches different communities, regions, countries, cities have toward reading culture or the book sector in general. Dear Minister, titles such as this, guest of honor titles, they're always decided on the highest national governmental level or pan-national level in the case of EU. What do you think, how is the title of Slovenia being guest of honor here important in either shaping or consolidating a certain, in this case our, national profile? What does it mean for Slovenia as a country now 33 years after independence, or in general for smaller, younger, lesser known countries in the sense of drawing attention to ourselves?
Yeah, for Slovenia and Slovenian history, or history of Slovenian people and the region, the language was always the key. It was the thing that held us together as a community, and in a sense, not only nationality, but more as people living in a region and having the same ideas of culture and, of course, language. And in the history of language, literature, and poets is very much connected with Slovenian history, political history, and very much connected with what Slovenia is today. And for example, this struggle for our language, which is centuries old, because in every country that we have been, or every entities, it was not always at the beginning self-understandable that Slovenia is an equally spoken and written, of course, even more language. And today, in today's world, globalized world, today I've already mentioned artificial intelligence, social media, and so on. Again, it is not self-understandable that Slovenia language can be. It is written that it is equal, but is it not? Is it equal in the sense of politics, in the sense of technological changes, in the sense of policies making, in the sense of equal, accessibility to books, to translations, and so on. Now in Slovenia, for example, we are in the process of accepting a new law, which in the new law of public use of Slovenian language, which will be changed in a way that, for example, mobile devices, Apple is still not in the Slovenian language, and we want to change it. We want to not force, but to say to everybody, to the technology, to multinational, to the technological companies, that it should be, because we are in the EU and the language is equal. There are also streaming platforms, a lot of them, that do not subtitle in Slovenian language. And we are one of the smallest community of ex-Yugoslavian countries, and they're saying because there are maybe different countries in our neighborhood, our neighbors, that we understand it's not only Italian, Austrian, it's also Croatian and so on, that this is an excuse to not put it in a Slovenian language. But it is not true. Our language is one of the key voices in the multitude of voices in the European communities, in the European collective culture awareness, and of course it is one of the key voices of literary voices here in the Frankfurt Book Fair. And it is also shown that a lot of booksellers, bookshops, and of course big publishing houses now are in contact with our publishing houses, with our authors, promoting them, and they're getting a lot of attractions. And I think this is one of the things that will change, and it is so necessary that the smaller voices, not only poets or peripheral voices, get a chance to speak, but also smaller languages. And I liked it last year also. It was Spain, which was one of the biggest languages, one of the 5 biggest spoken languages in the world. But what they did, they promoted also other languages that are smaller and spoken and written in. And I think this is a very big shift also in the minds of everybody, and what we have to do, and as a politician, what my agenda will be, to shift in every agenda the idea that globalized and connected communities means that you speak in one language, think in one thought and in one direction. It is a multitude of voices, and this is what we wanted to present also here.
Do you feel, as a politician, as the minister now, that events like this make it easier for you to implement some policies that you strongly believe in?
Yes, of course, this is such a big event for Slovenia, for our country, that has been really something that we worked on, as also you as the former director of Book Agency, that we came here, and of course everybody knows today in the government, everybody that opens the media, that we are the guest of honor. What a big event it is. This is not a book fair where you go and buy books, which is something that most people thought at first, but we said no, this is a different event, and what it means to be present in all of these wonderful institutions. In Frankfurt, we had exhibitions in Berlin, we had talks in Munich, and this is what it is really, really important. It is not just a book fair, it is a worldwide event on books that opens up so many possibilities, so many gates, so many talks. And for us, I mean, next year is Italy. And Italy is our neighbor. And we have a minority in Italy that is also represented here. One of our most important authors, Bartol, he lived in Trieste. And all these connections and all these also difficult histories that we share can be talked through books, can be talked really intensively, and also paying attention to the words. Also what Miliana Zunta said at the opening, you have to be very, very precise in thinking, reading and speaking. Today we are just thinking in buzzwords. We are seeing these 20 seconds social media, and it's one buzzword and nobody listens anymore after that. And no, we have to think really hard and talk about the differences in the meaning. And sometimes for us this is very important here also to say how all these different and, as I said, also difficult histories are reflected in literature, in thoughts of thinkers that are with us, that are here also from other countries, and these dialogues are very, very precious. And the Ljubljana Manifesto has to remind us, and we were talking with also Claudia Roth to take it on the EU level, because I think this is today so much important. I'm not against social media or technological advancement or whatever, or vice versa actually, but I think that what is important is the understanding of the media. Also the exhibition is one sort of a media, book is a media, social media is one sort of how to communicate with people. So I think this diversity is also very important. So, and now I stop.
Thank you. Arnaud, the minister pointed out a very sensitive and important issue also on the EU level. That's the diversity of languages, especially the lesser used languages, and Slovenian is one of them. So this endeavor of putting 27 member states in one EU pavilion in Guadalajara as a Spanish-speaking community, what does it mean for the diversity of the languages, and how much will get lost in translation?
I hope not too much. Our objective was that at least that each member state have at least one and probably more authors present in Guadalajara. So we will have 80 authors, writers present and showcased in Guadalajara from Europe, from EU, plus Ukraine, because Ukraine is a guest of honor, and that was, of course, the principle that we will present the diversity, the cultural and linguistic diversity of the European Union on the fair. So that was just, a basic principle. We will also give the opportunity for all those languages to be present, meaning there will be reading in your own language. So, Mexicans will have the chance to hear Estonian, to hear Maltese, to hear Slovene, in their own language. Of course, being an international event, exactly how we do here in English, although we are in Germany, we will mostly use English or Spanish in our debate, in the presentation of authors. But there will be reading in languages. And you know that for Creative Europe, for EU, the promotion of what we call lesser used or smaller or languages are very dear to us. We support literary translation. I think we support something like 450 translation every year. And among those 450 translations, we have something like 40 different source or target languages. So because this is, you know, this is the EU, this is the richness of Europe, all those languages, and we need to make sure that those richness, this diversity reaches readers. So that was the principle, and the motto of our EU Guest of Honor at Guadalajara is building a union of cultures. Of course, building a union of cultures among Europeans, but also between Europeans and Latin American and Mexican. And so that's a very central philosophy of our program.
It has to be said that the Guadalajara Book Fair traditionally holds a festival of European literature as part of its program. And it's the most wonderful thing to see when you bring authors from smaller countries that are not used of a huge audience to Guadalajara at the events where hundreds of people attend them and pay the same attention to authors from France as to authors from Slovakia, Estonia, Slovenia. Everyone feels an equal superstar, and that's one of the greatest things in Guadalajara. And I will never forget the face of our author Mojca Kumerdej when she stepped up in front of 400 people to present her first translation into Spanish. That was really wonderful. And Ian, to come back to the World Book Capitals, you visit a lot of cities of different conditions. Could you point out maybe 1, 2, 3 cases where you really could feel that this title made a difference? Because it's not the same as, it's not equally financially supported from a third party as in the case of the European Commission with the Creative Europe program financing a lot of projects, programs, translations. It's not the same as with national policy levels, where also in the case of Slovenia, endeavors like this are greatly financially supported, but also the book sector in normal life, also outside of this years, is supported very well. So how do the cities ensure financial means to make change happen in the sense of the World Book Capital, bringing reading and books nearer to the audience?
It's a very good question. I need to emphasize that although the title of the program is World Book Capital, we do not take just capitals of countries, we take all sides of cities. The size of the city is not a factor that we take into consideration when we are evaluating the files sent to UNESCO. It's neither the size of the city nor the amount of budget which is proposed. These are not factors that we look at in great detail. We have seen cities put millions against their proposal, which is completely out of proportion with the program that they propose. So we have some small cities, capitals, and we have small cities which are not capitals. And if your question is, where do I feel that there is the most impact, then I will give maybe 2 examples. The first example maybe is Tbilisi, which is a small city. And they really had a program which was well thought through, well planned, well budgeted. And when I say well budgeted, it meant that it was not just the city who was supporting, but they had one of the national banks supporting the program. So they had a balanced budget, and they had the means to carry out their program. And on top of that, they had, I think, the most important element, they had the passion. They really had the passion, and they put everything into it, and the whole city was mobilized. You know, I have this test that I have when I arrive in a city. They always offer to pick me up, and I always say, no, I will take a taxi. So when I'm in the taxi, I managed to ask the taxi driver if he knows about the World Book Capital program. And if he does, I know that the promotion has been successful. So that's one of my tests. And Tbilisi, really, you could see all over the city the promotion, and you could see everybody from all sectors were mobilized. So that is a very good recent example. And to kind of, I think my conclusion is that it's the smaller cities that benefit the most, because the bigger cities, okay, the counter example may be Guadalajara, which is a big city and which is known already for books. So I would say that the way they took on the projects was in a very moderate way, because they did not have to talk much about books because they're already known for books. So in a way, I would say it was kind of another feather in their cap, as we say. It was another way of promoting the city for books, but they didn't have to do anything particularly special. Okay. I hope nobody from Guadalajara is here. But that's just to put things into proportion. So my other example is Conakry. Conakry, the capital of Guinea, was a real tough example. They were the first French-speaking African city to be chosen. They had a very small budget, and the budget that they had proposed included private sources, so not just the government sources. And I went to Conakry in January before the April when they were to become the World Book Capital, and I could see that they had mobilized almost zero budget. The government had not committed. They were telling me that the 1.2 million euros that were promised by the government, nothing had come forward. The private partners were not bringing to the table the budget that they had proposed. So it was a recipe for a disaster. The funny story was that they took me to see the president, and in front of the president, I shamed everybody. I said that the city was so far behind in the program, and that there were not mobilization, and all the friends around the table, they were shaking like this. But I told him the truth, and he picked up 6 iPhones and he phoned all the ministers in front of me, and he told them that tomorrow they should meet, and tomorrow they would commit the money to the program. So by the time I got back to Paris, there was a public announcement for World Book Capital. So they did have some money. They did not have enough money to carry out all the programs, and so this is one of the best examples of where the network really started to come into play, even before there was a network. So one of the things they wanted to do was to issue school textbooks for level 6, I think, to all the schools who had old textbooks. So this is one of the projects. And another project was to rehabilitate, to refurbish a very famous library from a Guinean author. And they didn't have money for this either. So first of all, a previous World Book Capital city, that was Wrocław from Poland, stepped in and said that they would finance the textbooks. So they financed the production of the textbooks. And I went there when they handed out the textbooks to the kids. That was something. And then Sharjah, who was the next World Book Capital, stepped in, and they financed the distribution of the textbooks, and they financed the refurbishment of the private library. The best library is the best library in Conakry. So this was the first signs of solidarity between the cities, and this for me was really seeing the benefit of the program concretely on the ground. When we handed out the textbooks to the children, they did not want to touch them because they were brand new, shiny, and they had never seen a new book in their lives. And it was really something, and we got them to read out parts of the textbook we had a press team there as well. They were kind of awed by the whole thing, but it was very beautiful. It was really, you could see the impact. And we printed 10,000 books, and they went all over, not just Conakry, but everywhere, just outside Conakry as well. And the library was rebuilt, and the library is now open to the public. So those are two small examples of what happened, but in a small country, one of the poorest countries in Africa, you could really see that the program helped the city and helped the country. We gave them the visibility. We helped the different stakeholders come together, and we brought other cities in to help them. So this is one of the best stories.
Thank you. Yes, what you said now is really the proof of how different levels you meet when you're on terrain, where you approach very differently developed communities, and how important this impact of such a title can be. We have to sum up, so I would say that we came to the conclusion that also sharing the information of such endeavors is as much important in the international level as at home. And maybe to end with another similar title from the European Commission, which is the European Capital of Culture, I would give the closing word to the Minister to invite you all to the next European Capital of Culture in 25.
Thank you. Yes, we are in 25, there is European Capital of Culture, Nova Gorica, and this is also a very nice example of connections here, because Nova Gorica invited Stara Gorica, which is on the Italian side of the border. This is the border city, which was our Nova Gorica was erected after the war, because with the borders it stayed in Italy, and this twin city, it was always the border in between. After Schengen, now of course this is once again connected area, and this is the idea of the European Capital of Culture, which is go borderless. And the twin city, there are always two, is Chemnitz in Germany, and with their stories, which is very different. Of course, it was in Eastern Bloc, but still there are many connections. We will try to make of course, a memorable event, a year dedicated to culture, to European culture, to connections in different countries, culture, in history, and of course in the future. So I invite you all to come to Nova Gorica in the 2025. Thank you.
Hvala lepa, dragim gostom. Thank you, dear guests, for being here at this panel. In dobrodošli v Sloveniji in uživajte na sejmu še naprej. Welcome to Slovenia and enjoy the rest of the fair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to start this panel discussion shortly. Dear attendants, welcome to this panel discussion here in the Slovenian Pavilion. Before I introduce my panelists, make yourself comfortable, please. Don't be too comfortable because we're going to discuss something really serious, I think. Because it's what I call the reading crisis in Europe and the role of the publishing industry to fight it. Before we begin, I would like to thank the Slovenian host, especially Miha Kovac. He's not in the room, but he will probably hear about it, for giving us the opportunity to organize this panel and to raise the issue of low literacy here at the Buchmesse, because there is some talk about it at some stages at the Buchmesse, but in my opinion, as a reading promoter, of course, I think more people should talk about it. Although, on a positive note, yesterday, right here, there was a panel about books and screens and kids' brains. At 12:15, you can go to hall 3.1 to discuss educational publishing markets and why Slovenia is doing actually quite well. Yesterday, the Ljubljana Reading Manifesto got a lot of attention here, and that's really important, and I'm really happy it's there and that it was published here as well. Yesterday, Veronika on this very stage did a panel about reading promotion. So, not all, some other people too. Yes, it was a panel. But I'm really happy that Slovenia is really putting it also into this forum as a guest of honor country. So, I would like to say them najlepša hvala. And I talk to you because. So,
on behalf of Slovenia.
On behalf of Slovenia, you don't have a microphone yet. I'm moderating this panel on behalf of EU Read. I work for the Dutch Reading Foundation, but I'm also the network manager of EU Read. And EU Read is a network of 35 reading promotion organizations from all over Europe. There's somebody in the room here from Poland, Marcin. 23 countries we combine. And what combines is that we are all fighting low literacy and or promoting reading. And we do so, of course, with other organizations as well. And so today we're going to discuss this topic of low literacy, and especially if and how the publishing industry could help. Well, I'm going to introduce my panelists now, or they will introduce themselves. This is Saara Tiuraniemi, Veronika, Gabrovec, and Bergman. Saara, can you please tell us who you are?
Yes, thank you, Daan. And it's great to be here, so thank you for asking me to this panel. I'm Saara Tiuraniemi, and I'm a publisher for children and juveniles and YA in Tammi, which is a publishing house in Finland and part of the Bonnier Group. And we talk a lot about reading skills. My background is also in, I have been working 12 years now as a publisher, but before that I was working in Arts Council, so I was working in Ministry of Culture and Education in Finland, so art policy is one of my great passions also, and stories and people. So great to be here today.
Good morning. My name is Daan. I'm the director of the Federation of European Publishers. We gather 29 publisher associations across Europe, including the Slovenian Publisher Association, but also the Finnish one and the Dutch one. And we have, since last year, we have a guest member that is Ukraine. And for publishers, obviously, you may think it's only a really commercial issue, but I think publishers have a moral duty also to society, and it's really important not just to be able to sell the books, but to have people reading them and enjoying them. So I'll develop that afterwards.
My name is Veronika, and I'm not a publisher. I'm a person that publishers try to tempt rather successfully. I teach future readers, readers of today. I teach at university, literature and language, and how to appreciate books.
Thank you all for joining. Well, let's tackle the subject then. If you read the introduction text to this panel, it stated that in Europe, 1 in 5 15-year-olds have poor reading skills. This was not just written down there as an idea. This is something that comes from the PISA results. And PISA is an international studies that looks into how well children do in reading. They're published every 3-4 years. The last one was conducted in 21, but will be published later due to Corona. We're not going to show any graphs or talk about numbers, but more we're going to discuss this issue. And Saara, if you look at this problem, so to speak, 1 in 5 15-year-olds do not have well enough reading skills. Do you think there's an awareness of that in Finland, or because? Yeah, you know where I'm going, because we all look at Finland like, oh wow, there's this problem, but the Finnish are doing great. But let's first the first question: is there some awareness of this issue?
Yes, we follow it all the time. Our media keeps writing about how the results are going. So, of course, this is something which always gets a lot of talk when the new results are coming. And if we are one number down, it's already we are going wrong direction. What is going to happen? So it's yes, we are speaking about that quite a lot.
But am I correct that the last results you were number 2 in Europe?
Yes, in Europe. But some years ago, we were number 1 in the world statistic. So, of course, this is something we are still thinking about. What is the reason that we have fallen few places down? And in Finland, of course, we are generally quite happy with the reading skills. But there is a lack of motivation. We can see it in the results too. Because it's also the results look for the reading skills, but also the motivation. And we have been like the second worst or the third worst in motivation, which is interesting combination. Also, there is one thing that keeps also us busy in publishing, because boys' reading skills are much more worse than girls, and I think the gap is between the boys and girls is the largest in Finland.
Yeah, you can see these kinds of difference. We won't go too deep into it, but when we say 1 in 5, that's just in Europe in general. And again, Finland is doing quite well. And if you look at the Publishers Association, do publishers talk about this? Does your organization talk about it?
All the time.
All the time.
Clearly, the decrease of readership in Europe, the decrease of big readers, because that we also see that is obviously a very big issue for publishers, and we are really, I mean, our members are really doing what they can through a number of campaigns. Maybe I just mention a couple. There's in several countries, there are reading aloud competition for teenagers. So it's organized first in class and then by region and then national. They generally find a celebrity, a comedian or an author to sponsor with her or his presence the event, and the kids are very excited. Actually, when you invite the kids to interact, and those are not small children, those are young teenagers. Mm-hmm. When you offer them the chance to intelligently interact with books, they're really excited with that. So I think that we have to give them also the chance to appreciate the book. So there's also, and you may have seen the sign outside, several countries have launched cultural passes. So they give money to 18 years old to spend on cultural activities. They can generally, they can not spend everything on online activities. So there's a limit of what they can spend. And we have seen that they spend most of the money in buying books.
Oh.
They buy, I mean, mangas and comics are, but they are books, and it's a good, for some kids, it's the first time they enter a bookshop. Mm-hmm. And that's a really good thing. So, yes, we're
already talking solutions.
No, but okay.
Yeah, but, well, yeah, no, that's okay.
But we are concerned, and therefore we have to bring in solution. And I think that there cannot be a global European solution. I think that there should be local, regional, national solutions that are fitted to the market, are fitted to the type of publishers that exist. So, but we're very much concerned. And if I may, I think we're also concerned because the situation, the crisis we are living now, whether the COVID and all of the fake news that circulated, the wars, etc., I think that reading, being able to read, is indispensable for democracy.
And now we're discussing 15-year-olds, so you have to start at an
But
early age.
15-year-olds are the next voters.
Veronika, how is this in Slovenia? Is there a sense of a problem, or is because you're also doing well in PISA, so maybe you say, well, it's not a problem in
Moderately
Slovenia.
well. I don't think we're completely happy. There's a lot of talk about that. I mean, PISA and Pearls and the research, especially when the results are published, then we sometimes forget a little bit about it. And then when the next results come, then we wreak havoc again. But I would say that, of course, I mean, that's why we are here, why the manifesto actually is Ljubljana born, the manifesto that you mentioned. I would say that our publishers, they are just as worried as you are. They perhaps are not just worried because the next generation seems to be less eager readers. Occasionally, the publishers are worried also because they don't sell. So it's a double problem, not just people are illiterate, but it's bad for business. But yeah, there's lots of campaigns. There's an awareness that people need to be literate, need to understand what they're reading, need to be able to read between the lines. So high-level reading skills are absolutely necessary. And I think there's sort of network working on that.
And is that government funded then? Because we move to publishers later as well.
Sometimes, yes, there is some support. There's, I don't know, the Slovenian Book Agency, the ministry does show some understanding. But it might vary a little bit from year to year, government to government.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Saara, being from Finland and doing so well, could you maybe from your perspective tell us where do you think this success comes from? Or
Yes, if you look about the history in Finland in reading, we have a very strong library network, and that has been also part of the successful in learning process. We all have we have very easy access to the libraries. We have always had it when we were kids, so everybody could go there and loan the books. And I think it's part of also, you were talking about the democracy, but it's also about the equality, that everyone has to access and everyone can teach her or himself and go up. We don't have that kind of class system in Finland, and I think the books and libraries play a very important role in that. And I think also the educational level of Finland, the reason for that is the reading skills. So the reading skills affects to everything. And I think one thing that we could take more close look, we talk about a lot of schools and they task in reading skills, teaching reading skills, but I would also look to the families. I think it's very important nowadays. For the example, what we parents give to our kids, are we interested, are we looking for? If we look our phones all the time, of course, those are interesting for the babies from the first moment. But there is a few, you were also asking some tips what we have been doing. We have had this, I don't know how many you have heard about this. I would maybe translate it as a Finnish baby box or maternity box. Have you heard about that?
I heard about it, yes.
Yeah.
But maybe the audience
so it's like a package that every family gets free from the government, and it includes clothes or some things you need when you have a newborn baby. And also it includes the first book. It's a board book. So everybody gets that. So each of the families will get one book. I also had one when I was born in 70s. So that's a very old tradition. And now we added something to here because we also have a old tradition of the nighttime stories. And I think that's very important. 30 years ago, 75% of Finnish families were reading aloud nighttime stories every night before going to sleep. And this was amazing change. So 5 years ago, it was only 25%. And I think this is one reason why we started, I would translate that as a reading gift for a child project. And it includes 2 books. It's like a rhyme book and then this nighttime storybook. And each of the families get it free from maternity clinics before the child is 1 year old. So it kind of encourages the parents read aloud together nighttime stories again. So we hope and trust, of course, that this will be helping us in future, that there will be more books in the families already, that they are familiar with the format of a book. And let's see how the results are going. And it has been founded now with the private founding, but I know that the new government, they are thinking about to get it to the budget, to the state's budget in future. Well, let's hope that it will come.
So maybe it's that Finland started really early with giving books to babies, but you say there's also a decline of the reading to children. Veronika, you want to comment on this?
I just wanted to add, because you spoke about the libraries, there's something that Slovenia can boast, and that's a very, very wide and widespread network of school libraries. And I'm talking real libraries, not just, book corners or reading corners. It's every school in Slovenia, I think, has a proper library that introduces the kids to, what books are, how you can borrow a book, how you can, how you function as a reader, as a user, as a client in a library. And I think that this is something that does a lot, to the reading culture in Slovenia.
And as a teacher, you work with young adults, so to speak, so 18-year-olds, 21-year-olds.
They would say they're adults,
They're adults, okay.
Yeah.
How are they? Are they doing well in reading? Yes.
Well, I actually checked because they came to Frankfurt. I asked them about their reading habits. And it's interesting because they're students of language and literature. And they said, well, yes, in the summer, they do read what is asked of them. Most of them do, Shakespeare and Auden and things like that. But, their leisure reading, they would, this is the summer reading. And interestingly enough, it's fantasies, fantasy books, fantasy genre. So I think they are reading. They also mention, of course, whatever they read online. So newspapers, I don't think my students read actual newspapers. They would, rely on what they get on the mobile phones. But yeah, they do read. Sometimes they're not aware of the fact. They say, no, I don't read. Only, during the summer, and they read 5 or 6 books then. So they do.
Okay. We're going to go a little bit deeper into the subject because we discussed 15-year-olds and their reading skills. In the introduction text, it was also mentioned that also adults have poor reading skills. And I mean, that's a scientific fact in a way. There's also scientific facts about how reading or poor reading skills affect us. Of course, if you look at 15-year-olds, they don't do well in school if they don't read well. If they don't read, so that they will be less successful in life, so to speak. But it also goes for adults. If adults don't read, then maybe they lack something that's really important for our society. That's also what the Ljubljana Manifesto is about. So how do you feel? How do you feel that teaching literature or teaching reading? How does that affect democracy, Veronika? If you teach literature, is that also teaching democracy in a way?
It would be great if I could say that, you know, the next universal answer to everything instead of 42 is reading. Well, I don't think that it is. But we do try our best. As far as the adults are concerned with poor reading skills, there are lots of initiatives in Slovenia to have adults involved as well. There are loud reading groups, for instance, where people meet, it's usually women, I have to say, meet every week or every 2 weeks, and they read aloud to each other, and at home they read and discuss the books. There are intergenerational reading groups organized by the Reading Badge Society of Slovenia, and that works really well, and there's more and more groups where school children and adults, sometimes it's people from, you know, the retirement homes, they meet and they read young adult literature often. The books are provided by the Reading Badge Society, and that works rather well. So, yeah, well, let's hope that we're doing a little bit for the democracy as well.
Okay. And Anne, you signed the manifesto. You were in Ljubljana last week. Is that something that publishers feel that is important?
Well,
when you sign it, so.
Obviously, but also we realize that when you've lost the habit of reading, it becomes difficult to access whether in a library or in a bookshop, and I'll have a small comment on that. I think that it's nice that we have libraries, and it's really important. It's really important also that we have bookshop, and we're always calling for the libraries to buy through bookshop rather than to buy through wholesalers and cut the bookshop. You have to know that in most European countries, libraries have very limited budgets. In Italy, they have I think it's a week where citizens are invited to buy books for library, and the publishers will, for each book bought by a citizen for a library, the publisher will add a copy. I think Italy is one of the, I don't know which rank it is in the word power. I think it's a total shame that they don't have a budget to buy new books. But even if they had the budget, it would still be, I think, for adults who don't read any longer, very daunting to enter a library or a bookshop and to say, I'd like to read something, and I don't have the capacity to read it. And so there are several initiatives, and it's in the UK, it's called Quick Reads, where the publishers have united and they ask known authors, so authors who have a good reputation, to write books that are simpler to read, so that the reader is valorized by the name of the author and the publisher, and it's not cheap reading, if this can be called like that. But at the same time, after 5 pages, they don't say, oh, this is too complicated. And I think that this is the kind of thing that the publishing industry can do. They're very cheap. So they're cheap, not in quality, but they are cheap in price. And this is one of the things we can do. And of course, to support all those reading groups and any initiative that encourage people to read.
Sarah, from your perspective as a publisher, do you feel that when you promote reading, you are promoting democracy in a way, or is that something that's up to schools and parents and?
Yes, I think that as a publisher, we always have a very strong social responsibility, and we are part of the society, and also we have the power to affect things if we want to. And this is something we are already, I know many publishers are already doing in their home countries, cooperation with the foundations and ministry, and I think at this level, like when we are talking about EU, we could do something more. And of course we already share some good things what we have been doing, but you could always do something more. Yeah. And the most important thing, of course, is to get the kids to read. And as a publisher, we need to find the books, and we need to find the books for different kind of readers, for different reading skills, that we get them into the books. That's our main thing in the core.
So you agree?
Just to add, I think it's also important that we'll fight together for the freedom of expression and for variety of books. I think it's very dangerous, especially for educational publication, if governments suddenly decide what the teacher should use as content. We've seen it in some illiberal countries in Europe. You all know which country I'm thinking of, and that's also, I mean, this brings the student to not be able to think critically. So offering a vast variety of books that fits their religions, their beliefs, their sexuality, all topics, and that they can identify, and not just only one book that the poor wants them, or the authorities want them to read. I think that this is, if we want to have tomorrow's readers, we have to publish books that they feel concerned with, that reflects their reality. And that's, I think we should all aim towards that.
Yeah, I hear. I mean, I can just say here. I absolutely agree. I think that, if you're asking us all about democracy, I think the democracy, that's, a variety of voices, and it should be reflected in books as well. I'm just wondering about the quick reads, whether, well, as a teacher of university students, I feel that, sometimes they are quickly satisfied with, certain texts, and it's some sort of McDonald's approach to literature, because they want to, well, unfortunately, I'm talking about my students, perhaps, in other countries, it's completely different. So, abridged versions, simplified versions that are available, they satisfy often the reading needs. And I think there are certainly groups of people out there who need simplified versions, abridged versions, well, quick reads of all sorts. But if they're offered just to anyone, it's like a hamburger. And, if you don't have time for a proper meal, then you're happy with the hamburger. And it's pleasing to the taste buds. And so, I discourage my students from using quick reads, because if I want to teach them to read between the lines, then sometimes they have to work a little bit with the text as well. But as I'm saying, I'm fully aware of, I don't know, lots of groups that would be in awe if they had lots of.
And it's really not meant for university students. I think it's meant for people who have totally stopped reading. Yes. And to send them back, and to send them with names, publishing, authors' names, which are valorizing. Mm-hmm. So that they can say, I've read this and that author, whom they wouldn't be able to read because it would be too sophisticated. So bring them back.
So to say, I read Tolstoy. 15 pages of.
No, we can.
Let's not. I mean, this is a way of publishing industry trying to help them to get readers back to reading. But talking about tempting the reader, there's a lot of talk, of course, about TikTok and book talk, and you even mentioned it, Anne, the other day. I remember So I'm going to put this as a real argument, because some people say, well, you know, kids are not reading enough anymore. We all know that. But luckily, we now have Book Talk, and we see all these kids running to the bookstores and buying books. So in a way, there is no issue at all, or at least there is a solution already, because Book Talk is here to save us. So I'm going to ask this like a question, like a yes or no. I'm going to start at the left again. Book Talk will save us, and kids will start reading again through Book Talk. What's your opinion about that?
Currently, Book Talk is getting people to read more English books. So that's a good thing, that to get them to read. So
that's a yes then?
It's kind of yes, but of course, as a Finnish publisher, I would be happy to see also Book Talk in Finnish or some kind of other place where the Finnish readers would love to get Finnish books to read. So Book Talk is currently so international.
But can you see that happening? Do you see Finnish kids then running to the bookstore to buy?
Yes, I can see it. There is some. It's quite rare, but for example, you know the Heartstopper series by Alice Oseman. We are the publisher for that in Finland, and I was happy to see last year. I haven't seen that for a while. That teenagers went already to the bookshop with their own money to the books already came. Did they already came? Because we just published the first volume in last June, and they were already asking it in May. Okay. But of course, most of them read them in English too. So reading in English language has been growing 16% in Finland during last year. It's quite much.
Yeah, and that's one of the other topics of the Slovenian. Slovenia here, the small book markets. But let's not go into that.
Yes.
But so there is a small yes.
Small yes, but of course I'm hoping that it will affect also the other languages, not only in English.
And do you think Book Talk is a big saver?
I wouldn't say saver, but anything that brings people to books is something positive. So let's hope it's not just a trend. And it remains, and TikTok is now the thing, and in 5 years' time it will be something else, and let's hope that the books remain something central in their communication, because I think they're also pushing for the Book Talk. So it's a small yes.
A small yes. Veronika?
Okay. Asking yes/no questions is a bit dangerous. Have you stopped drinking vodka first thing in the morning? Yes, no. Do answer. Well,
go on. Okay, go on.
No, I think that I can just echo what they have said. Yes, people in Slovenia of my generation, teenagers, young adults, they read a lot of English books, of course. They listen to podcasts. They follow the news. They are encouraged by Book Talk. Possibly yes, but possibly yes. Small.
Okay, there was one little detail in my question that maybe in that sense was directing the question or the answer, because it said the kids, they run to bookstores to buy books. This actually means that that it's reaching kids. I mean, maybe they run to the library, but I said they run to buy books. This taps into another question. Reading promotion maybe is also about fighting poverty, because if you cannot run to the bookstore to buy the book, let alone, we don't know if they will read it anyway, but if you cannot do that, then not even Book Talk is not going to save you, because you don't have the money to buy the book. So is reading promotion actually, wouldn't it be better if we just fight poverty? Saara.
Yeah, there's so many aspects in reading promotion. Yeah, as a publisher, of course, we want that our books to be sold. That's the first thing for us as a business, but as a publisher also we think about, I see it as a triangle. It's one part is reading skills for children publisher, and then there's art, and then there is, of course, business. So the publisher is always in between of these things. But reading promotion is also can be part of the publishing. It can be part of the reliability of our list that we do very good books. You can trust that the translations are great, they are the best books. You can trust us as a publisher, so if you want to buy a book for your kid, you know that this is a trusted brand. And we also do cooperation, like I told, like different initiatives and how to like, for example, a few years ago, we did a project with the Finnish Reading Center. We get the funding from ministry, and we were like searching the ways how to get more deep reading, kids into deep reading instead of hype reading. And it was very interesting. And it was like reading promotion at the same time. And also we were like searching for the ways, new ways. And I think this kind of cooperation we can do all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not away from the business.
Okay. And was there some result that you could notice?
Yes, it was like we noticed that it was about we had a plan to get all the educational books for kids to the as an ebook. You know, many of our educational books have already gone to the ebook mode, and especially then there is a risk to get to the reading into hype reading way. So you just pick some sentences, pick some pieces, and you don't read the whole text. You cannot like get the impression of the wholeness of the storyline. And we noticed that one way to get kids into the text, to like concentrate into the text, is that they like tap the places where there is some kind of feeling. When there is like a sadness, or if this is a hilarious, funny, that you like tell yourself, what is the feeling I'm feeling when I'm reading this? It was for quite small children, like for 8, 9, 10, those who have just started to read. So when they were like picking up the emotion that the text was like, how do you say it? Like the emotion that they had, it really affected on the way they were more concentrated in reading and they understood more what they were reading. It was interesting because it was the feeling. And usually when we are talking about arts, it's always what does evoke in me when I see the painting, when I see the book, what it brings to me, what are the feelings I get from that. And it's very, it's quite simple thing. If you think
they add emoticons?
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Can be adapted to other countries, maybe?
I know, hopefully. But it was quite effective. But it was just a pilot, so we don't have anything to move on more. But maybe we should.
Yeah, maybe we should. And
well, just to answer your question, I mean, I think we also have to combat the myth that books are expensive. You have paperbacks, which are really affordable, and these things are expensive. And I think we are one of the only sector where you can choose between full acquisition through a bookshop or going to a library. You cannot go to a library to get a car or a phone or anything, but for books, yes. So we have to invest in making people understand that reading is not just enjoyment, it's also bringing them a lot to their professional, personal life. There's a recently published French book who says that if kids are not reading, they won't be able to be independent citizen of this world. And it's called Faites-les lire, make them read and stop with the digital idiots.
Okay.
So I hope it will be translated and gives advice on how to make kids read.
Okay, that brings me to the final question, and you can maybe react on that. Because we started this panel saying, well, there is this huge problem. I named it a reading crisis. Your French book that you just mentioned seems to do the same. Yesterday I was speaking to somebody who's in the room here and from the book business, and she said, oh, all these reading promoters, they're always telling us there is this crisis it's terrible. I mean, why so gloomy? Things are fine. Look around you. Be happy. And I really respect this comment, and that's why I put it on the floor here. Because is there actually a crisis, or should we take a different look at it and look at it more positive and do what needs to be done to make it just a little bit better? So the yes/no question is there a crisis? You can start.
I'm not the person to be asked yes/no questions.
you told me that. You told me that.
I did.
Well, then your answer is maybe, and then you can elaborate.
No, well, first I'd like to say that I absolutely agree, with everything that you've said about books and buying books, because that's investment. It's investment in yourself and in your future and in the future of your children and so on. So this is absolutely true. Should we be gloomy? I think that if you're gloomy, the EU just sits there in Winnie the Pooh and is gloomy and nothing much happens. If you're too happy, on the other hand, perhaps, you don't see any room for improvement. I'm not a businesswoman. I'm, a teacher. But I think that I should never be happy, completely happy. But, there's always a step that I can make. There's always the next goal. And, step by step.
Okay, but is there something that needs to be done apart from the emotion? I mean,
well, if there were nothing, why are we sitting here? Why all these panels? Yes, of course, there's a lot to be done. Here we are creating ideas. We are getting some reports. We talk to each other. I think this is extremely important. This is one of the most important things. I've learned an awful lot from publishers, from authors that I have met so far. And I've been here only for 2 days. Mm-hmm. Not from you as yet, but I'm still waiting. So yes, of course, there's still a bright future, I think, if we know that there are goals for us. I mean, this is a very banal answer I'm giving you. Sorry.
And anything you would like to add from a...
Well, I agree totally. I think that we should start really by telling the parents to read aloud to their children. I think not only this is good in terms of reading, but this is also creating a relationship, a bond that is unique. I mean, everyone who has read to their children know what unique thing, and when you say that they read less and less, that's the first thing we should do. And I think we should worry. I think we should worry, but we should worry positively in acting and doing things.
In an optimist way.
Exactly.
In an optimist way.
Yeah. Optimists worry.
Yeah. I believe in this optimism too, because you have to inspire. You have to make things look like you want to be part of them. It's always when you are too negative. Nobody wants to join into it. They're saying that you always want to be a part of the winning team, and I think it's the same thing. So books are the winning team. We can choose that. Here, right now.
Books are the winning team. Well, I'm going to end on that note. That's a great quote. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Dan.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
And, that's it.
Moj obraz ni za ukvir. To je najboljše pri njem. Vsako življenje je alogično. Was Stadie mir ins Gesicht passt in keinen Rahmen. Das ist vielleicht das Beste an ihm. Jedes Leben ist alogisch.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, liebes Publikum, wir, das sind Ludwig Hartinger, Christian Thanhäuser, mein Name ist Nadine Hötzendorfer, dürfen Sie jetzt heute herzlich zur Präsentation des Bandes Mein Gesicht ist mein Gedicht mit Texten von Srečko Kosovel hier herzlich begrüßen. Denn das Herzstück des slowenischen Programmes stellt hier auf der Messe ja die Lyrik dar, Sie haben es schon mitbekommen. Und in diesem Zusammenhang kommen Sie um diesen Dichter nicht umher. Wir sitzen ja auch auf der Srečko Kosovel-Bühne. Mein Gedicht ist mein Gesicht ist im Frühjahr im Otto Müller Verlag erschienen. Von Ludwig Hartinger erfolgt die Zusammenstellung, die Übersetzung aus dem Slowenischen und die Komposition. Von Christian Thanhäuser stammen die Federzeichnungen und die Holzschnitte. Christian Thanhäuser lebt und arbeitet in Ottensheim an der Donau als Künstler, Illustrator und Verleger. Sein Verlag Edition Thanhäuser hat er 1989 gegründet. Dort erscheint Lyrik, Prosa und Wissenschaft mit Schwerpunkt auf Mittel- und Osteuropa. Seine Buchillustrationen fertigt er aber für verschiedene Verlage an, so eben auch für diesen Band, der jetzt eben im Otto Müller Verlag erschienen ist. Sie bekommen das Buch übrigens, falls Sie es dann erwerben wollen, draußen am Büchertisch. Ludwig Hartinger lebt in Saalfelden am Steinernen Meer und zeitweise auf dem slowenischen Cast als Lektor, unter anderem im Otto Müller Verlag und im Verlag Edition Thanhäuser. Er ist Herausgeber, Verfasser von Essays und dichterischen Tagebüchern in slowenischer und deutscher Sprache. Und er ist Übersetzer aus dem Slowenischen und Französischen. Ludwig Hartinger wurde bereits mehrfach ausgezeichnet, zuletzt 2022 mit dem Laurin-Diplom des Verbandes slowenischer Literaturübersetzer. Und diesen Samstag hier auf der Messe im Ehrengastpavillon wird ihm der Fabian-Hafner-Preis 2023 verliehen für seine herausragenden Übersetzungen von den Gedichten Srečko Kosovels, die eben in diesem Band versammelt sind. Wir haben jetzt 2 Gesprächsblöcke und 2 Lesungseinheiten für Sie geplant. Zunächst starten wir aber mit der Frage an dich, Ludwig. Wer war denn überhaupt Srečko Kosovel?
100 Jahre nach mir wird keine Rede von mir sein, hat der junge Dichter kurz vor seinem Tod in sein Tagebuch geschrieben. Jetzt, fast 100 Jahre nach seiner Geburt, sitzen wir auf einer Bühne, die seinen Namen trägt. Das ist auch eine schöne dichterische Arkade. Srečko Kosovel ist auf dem slowenischen Karst zur Welt gekommen. Das ist diese Hochebene oberhalb von Triest. Er ist in eine Lehrerfamilie hineingeboren und es gab als ganz kleines Kind ein großes kulturelles Leben in dieser Familie und es gab oft Besuche nach Triest, hat dort Musik und Kunst wahrnehmen können. Aber vor allem hat er den Karst kennengelernt, diese damals noch vollständig steinige Wüste. Das sollte dann später das Inbild seiner Dichtung werden. Er ist dann nach Ljubljana ins Gymnasium gekommen und war dort auch zweifacher Ausländer, denn die italienischen Faschisten haben den Karst besetzt und das Sprechen des Slowenischen verboten. Und zugleich in Laibach ist er im damaligen jugoslawischen Königreich gewesen und da gab es große Unruhen und große Diskriminierungen. Aber der junge Mann stürzte sich sofort in eine tiefe Lektüre der gesamten Weltliteratur und der Philosophie von Bergson bis Nietzsche bis Schopenhauer und von der Literatur von Oscar Wilde, Tolstoi und Heine und begann zu schreiben, ganz für sich zu schreiben, ohne jemandem etwas zu zeigen, hat dann begonnen zu studieren, Romanistik, Kunstgeschichte und vertiefte seine Kenntnisse auch der europäischen Moderne, der Futuristen, der Konstruktivisten, der russischen, aber auch der Surrealisten, die er durch Zeitschriften erfuhr. Aber er hat sich in literarische Aktivitäten gestürzt und immer Tag und Nacht geschrieben. Seine Kommilitonen haben sich immer beschwert, dass immer die Feder gekratzt hat, von früh bis spät. Und er hat dann lediglich in 24 Gedichte in Frauenzeitschriften veröffentlicht, plante dann noch im letzten Sommer 1925 ein Buch, das nicht erscheinen sollte, hat dann im Herbst einige öffentliche Auftritte gemacht mit seinen sehr expressiven Gedichten. Und dann im Frühjahr macht er noch einen Vortrag vor dem slowenischen Bergarbeitergebiet und hat dann den Zug verpasst und hat sich erkältet und ist dann gleich darauf qualvoll mit 22 Jahren an Meningitis gestorben. Dieser Mann hat in seinem ganz kurzen Leben über 1400 Gedichte geschrieben, über 80 Prosastücke geschrieben, 300 Briefe geschrieben an die verschiedensten Freunde und Persönlichkeiten. Das alles, davon wusste kaum jemand etwas. Als er gestorben ist, hat man die Schublade aufgemacht und alles ist herausgefallen. Und man wusste nicht, man konnte nicht mehr feststellen, wann er welche Gedichte geschrieben hat. Und so ist es dann auch gekommen, dass erst 40 Jahre nach seinem Tod überhaupt der Großteil seiner Gedichte veröffentlicht wurde, vor allem auch seine avantgardistischen Gedichte.
Das heißt, er hatte ein sehr kurzes, sehr turbulentes Leben, bis zu seinem 10. Lebensjahr eigentlich eine sehr behütete, naturverbundene Kindheit und wurde dann mit Krieg konfrontiert. Er ist ja aufgewachsen in der Nähe der Isonzo-Front, der Hauptkampfeslinie im Ersten Weltkrieg, und war dann immer mit Krieg, Soldatenaufmärschen, Leid und Gewalt konfrontiert. Und all diese Motivik ist ja dann auch in sein Werk eingeflossen. Einen Querschnitt daraus ist in diesem Band nachzulesen. Dazu gibt es aber auch Prosa- und Essayfragmente, Auszüge aus Notizbüchern und Briefen. Im Nachlass von Kosovel verstreut finden sich auch immer wieder Kurznotizen, Einfälle, die er notiert hat, und all das ist ebenfalls in den Band mit hineingenommen. Und du, Ludwig, hast dir für all das ja eine sehr besondere Komposition überlegt.
Ja, also ich habe zuerst, vielleicht sollte ich das noch sagen, am Ende eines Gedichtes hat der 20-jährige Dichter geschrieben, morgen ab nach Paris. Er ist nie aus Slowenien herausgekommen, während ich 20 Jahre war und habe eine französische Übersetzung an der Seine bei den Bouquinisten gefunden und habe dort gelesen, Lézardé, tu seras le désir. Zerrissen wirst du dich sehnen. Ich habe damals noch gar nicht gewusst, dass das ein slowenischer Dichter ist, habe ihn dann aus den Augen verloren. Als ich dann 20 Jahre später den slowenischen Cast kennengelernt habe, die slowenische Literatur kennengelernt habe, erinnerte ich mich an diesen Dichter und habe in einer Castoline begonnen zu übersetzen und wusste sofort, das ist der Dichter deines Lebens. Und habe dann später zu einem runden Geburtstag von ihm monatelang, fast 1,5 Jahre lang, den Nachlass studiert. Und da hat sich mir das ganze Werk dargestellt als eine einzigartige Wortlandschaft, eine Wortlandschaft, die ganz ähnlich ist wie der slowenische Cast, also der Reichtum von solchen Kontrasten, von solchen über- und unterirdischen Gegenständen, Gegensätzen. So wollte ich eine Zusammenstellung machen des gesamten Werks, dass man sozusagen als Leserin, als Leser durch das Buch wandert und unten sozusagen als unterirdischer Fluss Auszüge aus Tagebüchern und Briefen. Also man wandert durch eine orphische Landschaft und man kann alle Aspekte dieser Dichtung nehmen. Ich hatte da zwei Vorbilder oder 2 Ideen dazu. Kosovel schrieb selbst, der Mensch sucht sein Gesicht, mein Gesicht ist Cast. Und Vor über 100 Jahren hat ein französischer Dichter seinen letzten Gedichtband in dieser Weise gestaltet, dass er über die weißen Blätter das Gedicht platziert hat, nämlich Stéphane Mallarmé mit seinem Würfelwurf. Und er hinterließ auf seinem Schreibtisch einen Zettel, in 100 Jahren wird man die Bücher so machen. Das war auch eine Anregung für mich, das Werk dieses Srečko Kosovel als eine orphische Landschaft darzustellen. Das ist der Hintergrund für dieses. Und da hatte ich einen kongenialen Weggefährten, den Holzschneider und Buchkünstler Christian Thanhäuser, der, wie ich es einmal formuliert habe, der Licht aus dem Holz schneidet und in dessen Linienführungen die sichtbaren und unsichtbaren Myzele einer Landschaft wie als Gesicht zu zeichnen versteht. Auch er ist immer an den zum Cast gefahren und hat eben den Weg durch dieses Buch zeichnerisch gestaltet.
Dieses Naturerleben auf dem slowenischen Cast, die Cast-Verbundenheit, die ist also sehr zentral in der Lyrik Kosovels, immer und sehr intensiv befindet er sich im Dialog mit der Landschaft, die ihn umgibt. Sie bildet einen Hauptbestandteil seines Werkes. In den Notizen ist dann sogar stellenweise zu lesen, wie er Steine oder den Wind als Schwestern und Brüder bezeichnet oder vom Fluss schreibt, der ihm erzählt. Ludwig, noch eine Frage an dich, bevor wir dann auch kurz ins Gespräch kommen. Zwar hat sich seine Lyrik im Laufe der Jahre radikalisiert, sage ich mal, aber diese Landschaftsgedichte, die Cast-Gedichte hat Kosovel immer verfasst.
Eine Charakteristik des Werks von Kosovel ist die Gleichzeitigkeit und Parallelität verschiedener dichterischer Verfahren. Also das konnte der lyrische Anhauch eines Naturgedichts sein, aber es konnte zugleich eine spracherneuerische, experimentelle Art zu sein. Da wir nicht wissen, wann er welche Gedichte geschrieben hat, ist es eben diese Parallelität in seinem Schreiben, die immer vorhanden ist. Also er konnte vielleicht in der Früh ein Gedicht über den Cast schreiben und am Abend dann ein konstruktivistisches Gedicht. Also der Cast ist ein Inbild seiner dichterischen Schaffenskraft.
Ja, Christian, in deiner künstlerischen Arbeit beschäftigst du dich mit Landschaften und all ihren Details. Da war es für dich naheliegend, dich mit diesem Dichter auch zu befassen, weil er einfach diese Cast-Landschaft so sehr in seinem Werk sein Werk einfach so geprägt hat. Und dazu gleich noch eine zweite Frage. Was war denn das Besondere für dich am Cast?
Naja, das geht eigentlich mehr als 30 Jahre zurück, wie ich das erste Mal über den Cast drüber gefahren bin. Natürlich ist man zuerst zum Meer unterwegs und man merkt halt später, wie schön eigentlich die Landschaften auf dem Weg dorthin sind. Und das... Also Kosovel habe ich dann erst durch Ludwig dann kennengelernt, aber das war, laut Ludwig bin ich auch einer der letzten Paysagisten, also meine Arbeit ist sehr landschaftsbezogen, also ich komme eigentlich von Albert Stifter her, aus dem Böhmerwald und seinen Beschreibungen. Also diese Landschaft fasziniert mich jedes Mal wieder neu, also ich war jedes Jahr am Cast, zum Teil mit der ganzen Familie. Ich weiß nicht, wer diesen Cast nicht kennt, das ist eine ganz besondere Landschaft. Es ist oberhalb von Triest, aber zwischen Meer und dem Cast und dieser Hochebene sind kleine Berge. Man sieht das Licht des Meeres, aber man sieht es nicht, das Meer direkt. Und das macht einen großen Reiz aus. Albert Stifter war Mitte 19. Jahrhundert war er am Weg nach Triest und er schreibt an seinen Verleger Heckenhaus am 20. Juli 1857, die Gegend des Karst sah uns an wie Fließpapier. Und doch ist die Öde des Karst auch merkwürdig und haftet in meiner Seele. Also Stifter war so beeindruckt von dieser Landschaft, das war damals noch ohne Grün, das war eine Wüste irgendwie. Also auch diese Bezeichnung Fließpapier, das ist eigentlich Löschpapier, was keiner mehr kennt, also die Jungen schon gar nicht mehr. Also ein Papier, was eigentlich die Flüssigkeit wegnimmt, trocken macht. Und man spürt auch nicht nur das Meer, sondern auch die unterirdischen Flüsse. Diese Landschaft hat einen ganz besonderen Klang. Also von dem kulinarischen und von Weinen will ich gar nicht reden, weil sonst müsste man sofort wieder hinfahren. Die Leute sind sehr nett und ich habe mir natürlich bei meiner Arbeit vorgestellt, nachdem diese Landschaft heute begrünt ist, also man sieht schon die Steine dann immer wieder auch, wie das eben gewesen war zur Zeit Kosovels. Also ich habe hier ein Leporello aufgelegt, das können Sie später dann noch anschauen. Meine bevorzugte Zeit zum Zeichnen am Karst ist der Februar, wenn kein Laub auf den Bäumen und Sträuchern ist. Dann hat man diesen Durchblick in diese Landschaft rein. Und gerade dort, wo Kosovel aufgewachsen ist, in Tomai und Šepulje, gibt es diese unglaublich schönen Weglabyrinthe. Man kann sich verlieren in diesen Wäldern, kommt irgendwann, also es sind so Holzwege, die hören irgendwann auf, aber man findet dann doch irgendwann einen kleinen Durchschlupf und auf einmal ist man im nächsten Dorf und der Bauer steht vor der Tür und sagt, jetzt kommen wir mal rein, also diese Gastfreundschaft. Also es hat sich eigentlich doch sehr viel bewahrt auf diesem Karst aus der Zeit Kosovels und jeder kennt dort seine Gedichte natürlich.
Das heißt zunächst eine zufällige Entdeckung und dann natürlich in Kombination mit der Projektidee, auch dieses Buch hier zu erstellen, dann wirklich mit Kosovel in Verbindung und noch mehr Anlass, um sich damit tiefergehend auseinanderzusetzen in deiner illustratorischen Arbeit, in deiner künstlerischen Arbeit.
Genau, und ich habe das Buch nicht zweimal illustriert. Also ich habe das vor 20 Jahren selber verlegt und die Idee war von Ludwig, wir sollten das neu auflegen und ich habe gesagt, nein, mit diesen Zeichnungen und Holzschnitten, das geht gar nicht. Ich war in der Zwischenzeit jedes Jahr wieder am Karst, viel gezeichnet und ich wusste, das muss ich neu machen. Ja, und man fährt ja gerne hin und es ist ja keine Strafe, wenn man wieder am Karst ist und man darf zeichnen. Und gerade im letzten Februar ist dieses Leporello unter anderem auch entstanden. Und also jetzt bin ich mit dem Buch zufrieden, jetzt stimmen die Zeichnungen, jetzt fließt alles besser durch. Und, ja.
Und wie gehst du da so eine Arbeit an? Weil das ist ja schon sehr beeindruckend und zeitaufwendig auch.
Nein, Zeichnen geht schnell. Also es ist nur das Problem, wenn die Bohrer geht, da muss man aufpassen, dass man eher ein kleines Format in der Hand hat. Nein, ich mache möglichst viel. Also es gibt meistens 10-mal so viel Zeichnungen, als was im Buch dann unterkommt. Also ich mache es auch einfach so gern. Das
merkt man auch. Also sehr viel Liebe zum Detail auf jeden Fall.
Ja,
dann
würde ich... Also immer das große Panorama und auch bis ins kleinste Detail. Also beides muss in so einem Buch drinnen sein. Wie so ein bisschen in den Gedichten von Kosovel immer auch ist.
Genau. Dann, Ludwig, würde ich sagen, bekommen wir von dir einige Gedichte Kosovels zu hören.
Jaz bi rad hodil v majhnem plašču besed, a potem naj se skriva topel svetav svet. Kaj je razkošje, kaj je bogatstvo? Zame je eno, majhen plašč imam in ta plašč ni nobenemu enak. Ich ginge gerne im geringen Mantel der Worte, doch drunter soll sich bergen die lichte, warme Welt. Was ist Reichtum, was ist Luxus? Für mich ist's eins, ich trage einen geringen Mantel, doch dieser Mantel gleicht keinem. Allein durchs Dorf, im finstern ächzen Rehblattern, die Bohrer klettert über Mauern, ans Fenster schlägt sie, wer? Das Fenster erhellt die Finsternis und am Dorfende rauscht die Föhre auf. Er zittert, da sie mich erkennt. Stillen Blicks erkannte ich, dass ich kein anderer bin und auch sie keine andere, dass wir eins sind. Karst. Der Bohrer lauschten wir heute Nacht, wir schliefen nicht und nicht. und sandten, schön wär's, mit der Bohrer über die Küste zu schwimmen. Ich liebe sie, diese einfachen Worte unserer Bauern vom Karst. Ich liebe sie, oh, ich liebe sie mehr als euch, ihr Bürgerpoeten. Als sehe ich das klare Land über der stillen Doline, als sehe ich Felsen und Föhren bewachen diese Doline. Ich liebe sie, ihre scharfe Stille, wie eine rissige Hand winken sie wieder und wieder, mich her, das verlorene Kind. U jesenski tihi čas prileti prinjevka na kras. Na bolju še nikoga več ni, le ona preko gmajno leti. In nima in lovec ji sledi. Strelu tišino, trobom curek krvi. Prinjevka obleži, obleži. Zur stillen Zeit im Herbst fliegt die Wacholderdrossel auf den Kast. Auf dem Feld ist schon keiner mehr, nur sie fliegt über Weiden einher. Und nur ein Jäger folgt hinterher. Ein Schuss durch die Stille, ein dünner Strahl Blut. Die Wacholderdrossel liegt tot, liegt tot. Sah Föhren wachsen zum Himmel, friedliche Stoiker durch Sonnenfeuer, sah schon den Brand, der sie verzehrt. Auf ein weißes Polster steckten alte Berge die Köpfe zusammen und sind verstummt. Föhren rauschen, mit wem sprechen sie? Sah, wie sie pilgerten, brennende Säulen zum Himmel. In Asche zerfiel mein Körper. Nocturno. Ich zerschlage meinen weißen Karst, mit Mühe zerschlage ich ihn und denk an Beethovens Gesicht. Ein Pianist mit Eisenhänden, der Karst zerbricht, die Erde blutet, doch die Nacht will nicht enden. Warum die weißen Schiffe im Hafen? Hinterm gelben Segel verbarg sein Gesicht der Matros. Sonne brennt. Was träumt er? Verstehe. Leise kommt Umschwung auf. Erobert mit brennenden Fühlern die Sinne. Bist du auf halbem Weg? Fang noch einmal an. Stärk dich, werde unser Bruder. Weit ist der Weg zwischen was ich bin, was ist und was ist. Wie seltsam sind meine Wege. Bin die Berechtigung für 3-mal Essen am Tag. Die Abschrift ist ganz übersät mit roten Lettern, Linien, als wäre sie vom Sterne gesenkt. Und trotzdem, hell ist mein Lachen und bitter, bitter ist mein Lachen. Seltsam, diese Konstellation. Naše oči je zalila lava goreča in sivi prah cementnih stolpov spekel nas ustnice. Kot drevje goreče smo se nagnili v novi dan. Unsere Augen überflutete brennende Lava und grauer Staub von Zementtürmen ätzte uns die Lippen. Wie brennende Bäume neigten wir uns in den neuen Tag. Hey, grüner Papagei, sag, wie ist's in Europa? Grüner Papagei erwidert, der Mensch ist nicht symmetrisch.
Sie müssen wissen, die Gedichte, die Ludwig Hartinger Ihnen gerade auf Slowenisch vorgetragen hat, die stehen so nicht im Buch. Das ist nur die deutsche Übersetzung. Das heißt, das war jetzt eine 1:1 Rückübersetzung, die Sie da miterleben durften. Und da knüpfe ich vielleicht gleich noch mit der nächsten Frage an, denn Sie haben jetzt einen Eindruck der Dichtung Kosovels enthalten mit einem sehr eigenen Sound. Die Gedichte, die zeichnen sich aus durch sprachliche Neuerungen, durch fehlende Interpunktion oder Syntax und manchmal entbehren sie sogar jeglicher logischer Ordnung. Kosovel verwendet mathematische Symbole, stellt Gleichungen auf und die Gedichte sind zuweilen auch sehr experimentell, vor allem die letzten, die er verfasst hat oder vermutlich verfasst hat, sie waren ja nicht datiert. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass all das eine sehr große Herausforderung war im Übersetzungsprozess. Ludwig, magst du uns da einen Einblick in deine Übersetzungsarbeit geben?
Ja, zunächst habe ich mich in diese orphische Landschaft vertieft, indem ich monatelang völlig allein in der Handschriftenabteilung der Universität Nationalbibliothek in Ljubljana studiert. Ich musste diese Handschrift erst lernen und lesen lernen. Dieser junge Dichter hat das alles heruntergefetzt auf dem Blatt, ohne Korrekturen und auch mit Verkürzungen. Das alles zu lernen war schon eine sehr große Schwierigkeit und dann eben auch verschiedene Zuordnungen zu treffen. Aus Briefen konnte ich einige Hinweise bekommen, wo etwas dann in einem Gedicht auftaucht und wo ich mir dann dachte, das könnte vielleicht im letzten Sommer seines Lebens gewesen sein. Das Übersetzen von Kosovel ist deshalb so schwierig, nicht weil er vielleicht hermetische Gedichte geschrieben hat, sondern gerade diese ganz einfachen Worte, die er in eine unverwechselbare Folge, in einen Rhythmus aufgehen ließ. Also jeder junge, angehende Dichter oder Dichterin in Slowenien, wenn man da einen Vers vorliest, das ist Kosovel, das merken Sie sofort, den ganz bestimmten, wie du sagst, Sound, diesen Ton, diese rhythmische Folge. Aber es sind manchmal auch ganz durchscheinend und trotzdem ganz kristalline Bilder, wie zum Beispiel "Bist du wund, von Tauschärfe wund?" Also das zu übersetzen ist eine große Schwierigkeit. Es gehört eben dazu, dass man das Fremde in das eigene aufgehen lässt. Und das ist bei Kosovel ganz schwierig. Er hat auch sehr viel gereimt und das habe ich nicht so vermocht nachzubilden. Vielleicht hätte das unser Dichter H.C. Artmann ganz gut gekannt können. Ich habe stattdessen die Reime ersetzt mit Anspielungen, mit rhythmischen Alliterationen und das ist manchmal ganz gut gelungen. Also ich habe meine ersten Übersetzungen dem Peter Handke auf dem Cast vorgelesen und er sagte mir, sei einfach so wie der Cast bei den Übersetzungen, sei karg, aber klar.
Wir kennen uns ja auch schon ein bisschen und du sagst ja dann häufig oder komprimierst quasi das, was du jetzt auch erzählt hast, dann in der Aussage, dass eine Übersetzung ja nicht immer haargenau so klingen muss wie das Original, sondern wie ein Original. Genau,
das ist das schöpferische Paradox der Übersetzung, dass es nie so klingen kann wie ein Original, aber dass es so klingen muss wie ein Original.
Du bist jetzt Übersetzer, auch als Lyriker, also du schreibst ja auch selber, aber auch als Übersetzer bist du ja bekannt für deine Wortneuschöpfungen. Auch das hast du jetzt ein bisschen angeschnitten, um eben dem Wortsinn in der Übersetzersprache so gut wie möglich zu entsprechen. Da ist in diesen Gedichten dann teilweise zu lesen von Felsöden oder vom Erstgras. Das sind ja keine Wörter, die man auch im Duden nachschlagen kann und somit ist es schon sehr besonders, eben genau diese Übersetzungen von Ludwig Hartinger auch zu lesen.
Ja gut, es sind aber Worte eben der slowenischen Sprache. Also Seno ist eben das erste Gras und es gibt auch einen Ausdruck für das zweite Gras, Otava und eine ganze Reihe. Also da muss man hineintauchen in den unglaublichen Reichtum der slowenischen Sprache. Das ist ja auch ein Grund, warum das Slowenische zu meiner zweiten Herzsprachkammer geworden ist.
Schön gesagt. Bevor du uns dann zum Abschluss noch einige Gedichte von Kosovel vorlesen wirst, sollten wir noch mal darüber sprechen, wieso Kosovel heute denn einer der bedeutendsten Dichter der slowenischen Poesie ist und der europäischen Avantgarde. Was ist denn das Besondere an seinem Werk?
Ich habe vorhin schon erwähnt, charakteristisch ist die Gleichzeitigkeit von verschiedenen dichterischen Ausdrucksformen, also lyrischer Anhauch, Spracherneuerung, dann Reime, dann Bildkonstruktionen, aber immer alles aufgehoben in seiner Empfindung des Castes. Aber er hat schon sehr früh eine eigene Art des Dichtens zu entwickeln begonnen und ich möchte sie so beschreiben. Er suchte eine Synthese zwischen dem Naturerleben, den existenziellen Erfahrungen seines Lebens und den politischen Gegensätzen seiner Zeit. Erster Weltkrieg, Ende des Ersten Weltkrieges. Das alles sollte mit neuen literarischen Ausdrucksformen im, wie er es nannte, komplexen Gedicht aufgehen. Insofern ist da auch ein großer Sprachneuerer der slowenischen Lyrik, der natürlich auch seine Herkunft und die Tradition der slowenischen Kultur und Poesie aufgenommen hat. Andererseits ist da auch eine singuläre Gestalt der europäischen Avantgarde, weil wir wissen, dass kaum surrealistische Dichter Naturgedichte geschrieben haben. Und das geht aber bei ihm zusammen, die konstruktivistischen Gedichte zusammen mit dem Naturerleben des Casts und seiner Gänge. Das ist eigentlich etwas ganz Besonderes in seinem, was ihn so auszeichnet. Und es gibt kaum eine Generation slowenischer Lyrikerinnen und Lyriker, die nicht begonnen haben, indem sie in seine Wege gingen.
Also auch sehr einzigartig für die Zeit damals. Seinen Bekanntheitsgrad hatte er trotzdem nicht gleich nach seinem Tod irgendwie erlangt oder weitergeführt quasi. Also er wurde nicht sofort entdeckt, du hast das vorhin schon gesagt, er hatte auch ein Werk von 1400 Gedichten, 80 Prosatexten, Theaterentwürfen, Essays, Brief- und Notizbüchern hinterlassen. Das ist aber erst sehr spät entdeckt und aufgearbeitet worden. Und dass er dann überhaupt in diesem Ausmaß bekannt wurde, also zu Lebzeiten war er auch noch nicht so sehr bekannt, er hat da gerade mal 40 Gedichte veröffentlicht, hatte also fast schon eine gewisse Wirkungslosigkeit, kann man sagen. Und dass er dann doch in den 60er, 70er Jahren diesen Bekanntheitsgrad erreicht hat, den er bis heute eben hat, da hat es ja auch maßgeblich du damit zu tun.
Also die Veröffentlichungsgeschichte von Srečko Kosovels Werk ist eine windungsreiche, eine voller Verhinderung oder Auslassungen oder nur Teilstücke aufgreifend. Kurz nach seinem Tod haben Freunde einen kleinen schmalen Auswahlband gemacht, der aber ganz marginal wichtige Gedichte in seinem Werk beinhalten. Dann ist Anfang der 30er Jahre eine erste Sammlung veröffentlicht worden, ohne seine experimentellen avantgardistischen Gedichte. Und 40 Jahre nach seinem Tod wurde das im slowenischen Literaturraum erst veröffentlicht, diese ganze breit gefächerte Poesie dieses Dichters. Man hat sich natürlich gefragt, was wäre gewesen, wenn diese Art des Dichters schon früher bekannt gewesen wäre. Welche Wege wären dann die slowenischen Dichterinnen und Dichter gegangen? Dann sind 4 Bände, ein Gesamtwerk erschienen. Und als ich dann monatelang den Nachlass studierte, habe ich eine ganze Reihe von Gedichten entdeckt, die noch nie veröffentlicht gewesen sind. Und habe dann zusammen mit einem Freund ein großes Album gemacht, fand übrigens auf einem kleinen Zettel den Satz, der Traum des Ikarus, Gedichte von Srečko Kosovel. Er hatte da auch schon so einen Plan. Ich habe dann 150 dieser Gedichte in Faksimile veröffentlicht, Briefe von Zeitgenossen und Fotografien entdeckt. Und das ist ein großer Erfolg gewesen in der slowenischen Verlagslandschaft. Es hat 12 Auflagen erlebt und es ist das meistverkaufte Buch über Poesie nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg. Danach, es wurde natürlich in der Öffentlichkeit gefragt, warum muss das ein Ausländer machen, diese Entdeckung. Ich habe damals gesagt, der Zugang zum Nachlass ist frei. Da geht es halt um Liebe, das zu studieren. Und danach haben dann doch einige Wissenschaftler und auch einige Dichter weiter geforscht. Und jetzt kann man sagen, was die Poesie betrifft, ist jetzt fast jeder Beistrich veröffentlicht. Und es ist auch so, dass Kosovel auf der ganzen Welt übersetzt wird. Also es kann eine brasilianische Ausgabe geben oder eine katalanische. Mir ist es gelungen, vor 2 Jahren eine chinesische erste Ausgabe zu veröffentlichen. Wird dort ganz groß angenommen, dieser Dichter. Und jetzt ist es auch so, dass in der deutschen Sprache unter anderem auch durch mein Buch das wieder so in den Vordergrund treten kann. Und es ist aber dennoch so, dass eine große historisch-kritische Ausgabe seines Werkes, vor allem was Prosa betrifft und was seine dramatischen Entwürfe betrifft und noch eine ganze Reihe, da gibt es noch so viel zu entdecken. Und der gesamte Briefwechsel, ich habe einmal im Zimmer der Tochter seines Bruders 40 Schuhschachteln gesehen mit lauter Briefen seiner 3 Schwestern aus der Zwischenkriegszeit. Und da ist noch eine ganze große Menge über sein Leben zu entdecken, vor allem auch noch die genaue Entdeckung seines gesamten Opus.
Also noch viel zu tun, aber dieser Gastlandauftritt ist sicher mal ein großer Schritt nochmal in die richtige Richtung.
Mein Gedicht ist Explosion, wilde Zerrissenheit, Disharmonie. Mein Gedicht will zu euch nicht, ihr aus Gottes Vorsehung Marotten, tote Ästheten, Museumsmotten. Mein Gedicht ist mein Gesicht. Verlassen werden die alten Wege sein und die Welt wird über neue ziehen. Das ungeschriebene Wort ersteht, um Wirklichkeit zu sein. Das ungeschriebene, ungedachte, das nie geahnte Wort, fern von blendendem Licht. Dem Licht ist Tod. Aus dunkler Verdammnis entsteht es. Erlöst, gepriesen, im Dunkel geboren. Und alles Alte wird vergehen. In graues Dunkel sinken himmelhohe goldene Burgen, doch zwischen Seelen fallen noch letzte weiße Brücken. Plötzlich schien es, als hätte sich diese ganze Realität verschoben. Verrückt, wie sich ein Boot auf dem Meer bewegt, wie es sich hebt und senkt, an den scharfen Rändern der Häuser, Berge, Straßenstangen bemerktest du seltsame, regenbogenfarbene Schatten, dieses geheimnisvolle Zwielicht von diesseits und jenseits säumten. Zwischen diese harte Realität und Ewigkeit trat Neues, die immerzu bewegliche, schwingende Form von anhaltendem Wechselspiel und Verwandlung. Reale Schatten verlängerten sich ins Unendliche. Ein Mensch, der auf der Straße ging und mit dem Schatten des Jahrhunderts weiterreichte, denn die Sonne war schon hinter ihm. Wie ein Knall einer Zirkuspeitsche, Krachen, Schlange am Himmel, Blitz, den Himmel zerreißt, der Himmel schluchzt, wie ewige Kälte, aus der Seele ein Juchzer, tausendfacher Juchzer. Grimmiger Herbst kommt, die Sterne sind zynisch, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ein jeder verdammt, wir alle in der Reihe, 1, 2, 3, weißer Zaun, schattige Villa. Den taunassen Vorhang hast du weggezogen. Mein Gedanke leuchtet stärker als die Sonne. Ziellos gehe ich und dein Hund bellt mich an. du bist Gedicht, dessen Inhalt man nicht erzählen kann. Ich bin zerbrochener Bogen eines Kreises und bin zerschlagene Figur einer Statue und die verhohlene Ansicht irgendeines. Ich bin die Kraft gespalten von Schärfe, als ginge ich über scharfe Spitzen. Immer schlimmer wird mir dein stilles Nahsein. Schwarze Mauern brechen über meiner Seele, Menschen gleichen fallenden Lichtern. Ein einäugiger Fisch schwimmt im Dunkeln, schwarzäugig. Der Mensch kommt aus des dunklen Herz. Mein schwarzes Tintenfass spaziert im Wrack wie Nebel, das ganze Land verhangen, taub. Im Heu liegt ein melancholischer Kater, krächzt mit seiner goldenen Violine. Da, 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 ah. Mist ist Gold und Gold ist Mist. Beides gleich Null. Null gleich unendlich. Unendlich gleich Null. A, B, kleiner als 1, 2, 3. Wer keine Seele hat, braucht kein Gold. Wer eine Seele hat, braucht keinen Mist. I, A. Müder Mensch Europas schaut traurig in den goldenen Abend, der noch trauriger ist als seine Seele. Karst, die Zivilisation ist ohne Herz, das Herz ist ohne Zivilisation. Erschöpfter Kampf, Evakuierung der Seelen. Der Abend brennt wie Feuer. Tod Europas. Erbarmen, Erbarmen. Herr Professor, verstehen Sie das Leben? Europa stirbt. Völkerbund und Apotheke, beides Lüge. Operationen, Revolutionen. Auf grauer Straße stehe ich, braunes Laub fällt von den Ästen. Und ich fürchte nur eins, diese Bäume werden nackt, schwarz dastehen und grau die Felder und klein die Häuser sein. Und ich werde schreien, aber alles ringsum wird schweigen. Das Lachen des König Dada. Befehl Nummer 35. Plötzlich hat sich erwiesen, das Abendrot gefährdet den Staat. Deshalb wird das Abendrot jedes Mal, wenn es sich zeigt, ins Schwarze Meer gesperrt. Aufs Goldmosaik der Grabstadt strahlt die leuchtend rote Dämmerung. Ein einsames Pferd trabt herum im Feld. Zauber der Dämmerung. Das Pferd ist melancholisch. Hvala lepa, danke.
Dobar dan, good afternoon, dear audience, and welcome to the panel with the interesting title, Guest of Honor or Guest of Horror. We have 4 Guest of Honor representatives here with us today. From the other side, Michalis Kalamaras from Greece. So he has the most past experience. It was more than 20 years that Greece was guest of honor here at the Frankfurt Book Fair. We have Gvanca Jobova representing Georgia, which was guest of honor in 2018. We have Urpu Strelman from Finland. And we have Margit Valso from Norway, both also recent guests of honor here at Frankfurt. And since this is the Slovenian year of being a guest of honor here, we thought this is a very suitable debate to talk about how the preparations are important, what the outcomes are, and how the long-lasting effects can be summed up. And one of the first question is, for sure, in regard with Scandinavia, so your Nordic countries, both Finland and Norway invest on the level of public policy a lot into international promotion of the book sector and of your literatures. And my question to both of you is, what's the motivation behind gaining such a title, be it in Frankfurt or on other fairs, in regard with other many channels and tools you're using to promote your literatures? Why the decision to become a guest of honor at Frankfurt, where we are now?
Yes, I wasn't around selling rights then. I was a publisher at the time when Finland was a guest of honor in 2014. It was a good time to start promoting Finnish literature. Then obviously it wasn't as sort of unified decision, I think, in Finland, so nobody was really against that, but the setup was, which I think that many sort of other small countries share when they start first considering being guests of honor, and then they apply, and then they agree, and then there is the waiting time. In Finland, even it was 2010 when it was decided that we'll be guests of honor in 2014. But still in 2014, there wasn't sort of among publishers this idea that this is great and useful. It was our sort of sister organization to Norwegian Norla, where Margit is from, that was doing most of that, and we had financing from the state, obviously, but the publishers still in Finland at that time, and even in 2014, thought that Finnish literature is very Finnish, it can't travel. But that was fortunately the time when there was also a new generation of authors who then became there, and the success we had in Frankfurt, thanks to all the efforts, even if not totally shared by the publishing industry in Finland, convinced the publishers and the authors in Finland that we actually have something that can be interesting abroad, and that was kind of the biggest change and biggest success of the Frankfurt Book Fair, in my opinion, for Finland.
For Norway, it was a motivation coming from the fact that we already had a whole range of Norwegian authors translated into German, and the German book market has always been the door opener for Norwegian literature. So the level of translation was already high. So there had been some attempts earlier to become guest of honor, which didn't ended in anything. But at this time, around 2013-14, Nurula was able to take an initiative with the motivation that this could be a very important door opener for bringing the authors even more translations and international audience, but also to think of the recruitment of new writers. So that was a very important motivation, which is also rooted in Nurula's mandate, that we try always to make room for new voices and new authors to the world scene. And the process was maybe typical in Norway, that the government and the Ministry of Culture and Foreign Affairs at that time, they saw this as an interesting opportunity as long as the book industry really wanted it. So without the engagement and motivation from the publishers, authors themselves, it wouldn't have been the success it became, which I think was the result. So the book industry was on board from the beginning.
We could even say that in both Finland and Norway, it was a bottom-up approach. So it was also the book sector who wanted it. It was not a decision first made on the highest national level, on the government level. It came from both your agencies, so Norla and Fili, who are doing this great job of international promotion since many, many years. It was from the other side around in Georgia, of course, where the Georgian Book Center was established to carry out this endeavor, this decision that was brought on by the highest political level. Gvanza, from your point of view now and from the distance, was it more a wish or an endeavor to make the country as such more recognizable, to gain prestige as Georgia, visibility as Georgia, or was the book sector in the center?
Well, I can say easily answer the question that book sector was in the center, but it was not easily achieved. So it was the result of political debates. But I will start a little bit from the beginning. There is a joke in Georgian publishing industry that when they arrived at the Frankfurt Book Fair at the very beginning for their first year, which was in 90s, I guess, after we gained the independence after Soviet Union collapse. They say that I was a student there at school at that time, so I didn't know that, but they say that when they arrived at Frankfurt Book Fair on the first year and saw that there is this platform of guest of honor, on the first year we said, oh, we want to be the guest of honors. It's really funny, of course, but it means that probably we have some kind of ambitions as well, because it's funny without any background and, of course, without no translations, and no translations because of closed borders in the Soviet Union. Yeah, we could not translate, we could not have the literary cooperation, publishing cooperation with the rest of the world, like just in the borders and among Soviet countries. So, of course, it was too early for us, but this is how it started. Every year, the publishers were speaking about it, that maybe one day it will be possible. So it was not really initiated by the government, but in the beginning, of course, we had the support from the ministry as well, and the ministry also was interested, but then time passed and the government changed in Georgia. So, you know, it was always depending on this. Who is in a ruling, who is in the ministry and so on, and these changes are happening so often in Georgia that for us, for the industry, it's very, very difficult. But finally we gained I will say that by the support of Frankfurt Book Fair, because Frankfurt Book Fair believed in us, in publishers, and not in our government, I'm pretty sure. Simone is laughing because she knows everything about it. But she believed in Georgian. We had the motto, Georgia made by characters. At the Guest of Honor project, we were the characters. So they believed in the publishing and literary characters, and this is how it happened. But for us, it was a very long process because we were not ready at all. So they gave us 5 years. They gave us the recommendations how to create this institution like the book center. We had to do everything. So we had to learn, even the publishers had to learn how to sell the rights, because in the beginning, including me, when we were visiting Frankfurt Book Fair, we felt a little bit awkward to offer Georgian authors because mainly we were buying. But slowly, with the help of the German colleagues, friends, we learned how to do it, how to create catalogs and everything. So that was the start from really zero. But that was an amazing experience, of course. And you know, as a small country with such background, we felt that we had somehow this responsibility to prove, first of all, to Frankfurt Book Fair that this kind of experiment, we can say, is worth to it. And we felt that if we are successful, this is something very useful for other small, not very well prepared countries as well. So we were so much willing to have good results. So it was really difficult. As for political part, yeah, I don't know if it's should be discussed here, but you know, in countries like us, it's really difficult because you are not led to, as a professional, publishing professional or writer or publisher, you are not led to do what you think that you should do, which is very professional and which is expected from you, but you have to deal with the politics and you have to deal with the government, which says that I'm funding this project, it's a big amount of money, and so you should follow our wishes as well. So, you know, in this situation, to keep this funding as well and to do what you really think you need to do, it's of course quite difficult. But our main aim was, of course, development of literature, publishing industry, and on the other side, it was an opportunity for our country, for a small country willing to become the part of European Union, to show why these people and why this country is ready to be part of European Union.
I'm sure you're not the only one who had the difficulties of curbing between professional and political ambitions. It was much of this also experienced in our country, in Slovenia, in the preparation times. But I'm very happy that you brought up this fact that it also meant emancipation and facilitation moment for especially the part of selling rights abroad. This is also one of the points that in Slovenia was very much developed through this preparation period. So where we don't have any literary agents, you have to teach the publishers themselves why this is important, and even more important, how to do it, and to empower them in this. Now to Greece. As we mentioned in the beginning, it's been a long time ago, more than 20 years. Thank you for freshening up your memory, Michalis. And I was so happy when I read what you wrote me a couple of days ago, that the best you can tell me about it and you could take out of it is that you still feel the effects and that it really had a long-term effect on the presence of Greek literature abroad.
So, I mean, Greece was a guest of honor in 2001. I was, at the time, just at the university studying. Yes, but I did a lot of research and asking people who were active at the time. But yeah, this give us a long perspective. And I have to say that for Greece, first of all, it was to ask, first of all, this question, it comes from the publishing sector or it comes from the politicians and the government and so on. I have to say that okay, in the 90s there was considerable sophistication and maturity of the Greek book market, but what was the real breakthrough that led to being guest of honor was the creation of the National Book Center, EKV, in Greek, in the early 90s. And they started working on it, and they applied. It was 1997, and that led to being guest of honor. So in a way, it was led not directly by the government, but by the book center. But to understand why, I mean, at the end, the Greek government spent 7.3 million euros for Greece to be guest of honor. Of course, this has to do with an alignment of this goal with politics. And the political part was that at the time, we are in the late 90s, Greece wanted to be part of the European core, as was the terms, which means mostly the euro, and before the enlargement to the east and so on. So they wanted to project culture, books, and so on. And but the good thing was, and it shows in the effects, that it was also, let's say, a project to modernize and open up the book, the publishing industry in Greece. And I think the Greek program was not particularly successful in terms of how many books were translated. The number is around 50. If you compare at the time, it's not that much. But it had long effects, I mean, in terms of confidence and know-how for the book professionals, the authors, all the key stakeholders. And actually, it led, as I understand, directly to the initiation of the Thessaloniki Book Fair. So one of the key takeaways the EKV, the National Book Center, had was that we need our own fair. It was in the making, but I think this experience, pushed it really through. And EKV, the problem with the long-term effects was that because of the Greek economic crisis, many of these good initiatives were shut down, including the National Book Center in 2012, 2013. But Thessaloniki Book Fair stood, I mean, still with us today. It has new initiatives, it has a fellowship, and that was important. And also, for more than a decade, Greece was invited as a guest of honor in a number of book fairs, from Beijing to Bologna to Belgrade and Geneva, Torino. So, and it is interesting also because, I mean, Greece had zero experience as being guest of honor in any other book fair. So it was a great leap. I mean, it was a great leap to do Frankfurt, but this kind of opened up, the opportunities. And in hindsight, and this is, we have to compare it with what the Nordics do, the key, let's say, weak point, the key weakness of the Greek project was that our translation program wasn't really modern at the time, so it was just a part of the Ministry of Culture, which is not a really flexible way to do it, not good at marketing also, and so on. And to this day, it will kind of suffer in that area, in the sense that for many years we didn't have such a scheme. And the good thing is that since 2021, we have relaunched it as Greek Lit, and we are, let's say, we have it. I think it's a basic tool. So that's, in broad sense, my overview. But I have to say that because I ended publishing 15 years ago, so after, of course, Greece has been Greek guest of honor, there is a legacy even 20 years after that, you know, we can do this. So maybe we are better, and maybe the Greek books can be on the map. That's the main cause.
I think that most of the countries who were guest of honors have this particular point in common, that you really gain self-confidence for the whole book sector, professionals, and even the wider book sector at home, and with what you do abroad, you gain confidence for yourselves. Now we know there's a traditionally very long waiting line, a queue to become guest of honor. The process itself is you don't really know where to start, you know, where to put your finger to whose door to knock on at the beginning. What was your experience? I know we talked to the Dutch colleagues at the time who did a bid book. So we did a bid book, which was very consolidating also for the book sector at home, you know, to set the goals, to see where we're heading, to have a financial overview. How did you know, which door did you first knock on? It's a question for everyone.
Yeah, I really don't know which doors we knocked on. The sort of the basic funding was then gathered. What I sort of actually would like to say at this point is that, as I said before, the book industry in Finland only because of the guest of honor year in Finland, realized that we have something for the outside world in our literature as well. What would have been very useful, and if there are people from countries that will be guests of honor in the future, the waiting time should be used in creating agencies, schooling agents, creating this framework in which you can sell the books that we would have had. It was a success, so the goal was to sell to the German market 100 books. We sold 150. In Norway, you sold probably plenty more, and also that the sales, the yearly income that is created by foreign rights sales rises and stays on a higher level, and that has been achieved. It's still a very small amount of the national gross product, but it's still almost 3 times as much as it was before the year of 2014 when we were guests of honor. But if we would have had then more agents, more right-selling people, more framework, better materials, such books selected that are really the ones that we can promote and that can be sold abroad, the success would have been bigger. Now, I think after 10 years, when we are next year, Philly, the director is there in the audience, they have a special program again for the German market as inauguration of the 10th year since the guest of honor year. We are now where we could have been already a few years after the guest of honor year. So now it has been building, but only during, what would I say, like the past 5 years, it has moved ahead a lot faster, and we have gotten a lot more international successes and breakthroughs, and a lot of the selling of rights has become more professional. It's totally on a different level than it was 10 years ago.
Yes, it's great fun to think back of everything we have done, and it's great to have the chance to talk about it, because as I've said to many times, that still after 2019, to talk about Frankfurt and the Guest of Honor project, it's still my favorite topic. So, because it's such a big project that it becomes part of our history or biography. So it's something about the size and the investment. It takes so much effort on every level. And what did we do in the long waiting time? When we started the dialogue with the book fair and together with the embassy in Berlin, we felt from the beginning that Norway was welcomed as a possible candidate to become a guest of honor. And so I think that for us, the really big effort was to work at home, even more than I thought it from the beginning, that we had to work on the funding, of course, and with the ministries, and when the ministries had decided to go for it, we worked in the parliament. So it took so much time and so much effort. So at a point, we decided that instead of thinking of who could be the the other candidates in competition with us, because this is a very stressful thought. So we decided to go for one specific year, 2019, even if you could have thought you should be open to several years, but to make sort of a momentum at home, you have to have a certain goal, and it was that year for Norway. To manage to have the enthusiasm in Norway and that everyone wanted to be part of it. So we used the waiting time for that, and even if I knew vaguely that there were other candidates for the same year, we tried not to think too much about it, but put everything that we got of energy into making a great bid book, as we also had learned that we should do. And I must say that doing this job is something you bring with you after. We still use the bid book because it's a fundament. And yeah, so all the things you do in preparation is something which gives fruits year after year.
Gvanza, I know that we had kind of the same situation, so it took very much networking, persuasions, building friendships to get the contract which tells you in 2-3 years you will be guest of honor. How did you use this time in between?
Yeah, I think partly I answered this question, but of course I can say more about it. For us it was a long time. So before, when we officially got the status, it was probably 5 years left, but before that there was many years when we were really knocking on the doors, which was on our way to the Guest of Honor project. And not only in Frankfurt, of course, in Georgia as well, state doors, because we needed support. Everyone knows that without state support and financial support, it's not possible to organize such a huge event. Especially for us, it was not possible. And of course, one of the most difficult part was to convince our state why they should invest such a big amount of money in books and in publishing, because it was like 5 million euros in our case. And in the beginning, I guess that no one there believed in us, what we were demanding. There was mainly publishers, mainly publishing professionals, writers who were all the time speaking about it, that this will be very important. You know, what we were trying to do was to convince that it's not only for the development of the literature or publishing, but it's very important for the country. But you know, they were hearing this, sometimes they were part of these discussions as well, or some kind of events, but we had this feeling that actually no one believed that this is going to happen. And I remember that even once I told to my friend, just shared this information, that in 5 years we will be guest of honor and we are working on this. project, and he looked at me like a crazy person. He said, "Your life is so planned that you know what will happen after 5 years." And I said, well, and I realized that, of course, it was kind of crazy, but that was something, you know, it's perfect to have such goal in your life, to have this motivation that you are doing all these things because after 5 years, something amazing should happen. And we believed that this will happen, but we also realized that we need to work a lot. We need to develop, for instance, translators, because Frankfurt Book Fair told us that when the book, like Guest of Honor project approaches, there will be demand from German publishers, and you won't have enough translators to give them the books to translate. So you need to work on this. So it was also a very long process, and we even found the solutions to have the tandems of Georgian and German translators, because we don't have enough Georgian translators. So there was a lot of challenges, of course, and you know, we're for us it was very pleasant to be in this process as a like professional part, and not, of course, that part which was quite complicated, the state part, of course. But at the, not end, but when 2018 started, like January, and the first result results were on the table, and everyone realized that, oh, this is really going to happen, what these people were talking so long. Everyone wanted to be on the board. Everyone wanted to be board on the top, of course, and they wanted to, all these devoted people to the work, to stand back. So it was really, really difficult, but you know, for our country, at the end, that was something really amazing. And when we came to Frankfurt, and when we built the pavilion and it started, we said that if we don't do anything else in our next life, this is what we will say to our grandchildren, that we have been the part of this amazing project. This is how I can describe what it was for Georgia. So I hope that you have similar feelings about it.
I hope we do as well after this, and I hope the numbers will show it. I'm sure that Georgia will stay in the history of the Guest of Honors as one of the most successful ones in making such a difference from before and after. And it's also good to know and good to hear and say it aloud that the fair and the people working at the Frankfurt Book Fair have the ability and the passion to facilitate also the country candidates, so to say, in their developments and aspirations. A slight different questions from you, Michalis. So you already said that the budget of Greece was around 7 million. Let's say that the average budget in the last years is around 5.5 million. So, and this is, of course, something that makes it hard to persuade decision makers to go for such a title. But would you imagine now, after, you know, since there are proven long-term effects for Greece for this title, do you think that it would be possible for Greece to do it again?
When we started discussing about this panel, I went through, every single, who were the countries who were guest of honor since in late 80s, which was actually launched. And in the beginning, I was thinking that especially for book markets, being guest of honor is a once in a generation chance. But if you actually look at how many times, which countries and so on have been guest of honor, is actually an once in a lifetime chance, not in a generation. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, only France, Spain, and now
Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay, just these countries have been twice. Okay, and Italy, it will be next year, so it is 4. So which means that for Slovenia, Georgia, Greece, and so on, probably it won't happen pretty soon, and or we have, to think it in different ways how it could happen. But that means that when you do it, you have to be ready and you have to be good. And I would like also to stress that what is important about Frankfurt and being guest of honor in Frankfurt is this know-how transfer that the people of Frankfurt are willing to do towards the people for the guest of honor. That's what I understand, because I have experienced it firsthand in the various events they do, and also that Frankfurt, I think, it's building long-term relationship. So I mean, I understand if most people ask why my country should be guest of honor, but the real question for Frankfurt is why Frankfurt will pick this or some other country to be guest of honor. And I'm sure that you have to win their trust to start working with them pretty early and to be as much professional as can be. I mean, in the Greek experience at least, with National Book Center, that's while we were waiting, as we are saying, that was, I think, what people did together with some, marketing things like launching a print at the time, magazine for books in Greek, and so on.
So let's move to another topic, and it's also a question to all of us. So the numbers in Frankfurt of exhibitors, of visitors, of journalists are always very high and impressive. And the media attention you gain from the guest of honor title and the visibility in the media a country as itself gets from this can hardly be bought with advertising money. I think you all agree with that. So from this point of view, what do you think that your countries gained from this intense media attention? Did something change for you? Do you feel that this attention was international enough, or was it to only German-speaking countries related? And how did the domestic media reflect on these projects in your countries?
For Finland, it was obviously here big, and it has been important, of course, for the publishers who did the 130 books or how much that exactly now was. Then in Germany, it showed also in Finnish media, not in such a huge manner. Our biggest paper obviously wrote about that, but it for the general public and sort of book promotion in Finland, not so big. Internationally, there was visibility, obviously, and this is a great place to be visible, obviously, as the whole international publishing community is here and notices and sees, and as a result, in the next year, in the years to follow, there was a huge amount more interest from, for example, the English-speaking world, which by the time wasn't at all reached with very few exceptions by Finnish literature. Still isn't in a huge amount, but it's getting better all the time. So, like maintaining the same big sales, obviously not to Germany every year that much, but sort of in general has been one of the big things. And like Margit said, that the fruits are then collected a lot later from that. For the German market, what we experienced, and I hope that the others don't share the same experience, but I think that for Finnish literature, the German market got pretty saturated with Finnish literature after the guest of honor year, and it has seemed until now pretty much that the German publishers have been very careful in acquiring Finnish literature. Obviously, if you publish 130 or 50 or whatever titles, not all can be great successes. So some publishers get disappointed. Sometimes they react by not buying books from that area for some years. Now I'm hoping that there will be a change. Obviously, it has not been like a total block, but especially literary fiction, which we then sold a lot to Germany, has been going mainly to small and middle-sized publishing houses in the past years, with some exceptions. Now I'm really hoping that there is a turn in that, and focus for us for next year to Germany, and sort of being big in a big manner again visible in Frankfurt, even if we aren't guests of honor, is one way to try to fix this situation, as Germany still is a very important market. On the other hand, France, which has been difficult for us at some points during these past 10 years, has been buying loads more, at least on the literary fiction side. My agency has a very literary list, so it seems that there has been action than elsewhere, and also English world is opening up in a different manner, which can be seen as a result of the Frankfurt. Yeah.
So new markets opened also through this. So the media effect.
Yes, it was overwhelming with the media attention in Germany. We decided to use the whole year, so we started in January, and we had events. If we count every event in Germany in 2019, it was more than 1,100, covering also other art fields. So it was not only the week in Frankfurt. But the numbers for the week in Frankfurt, it gave us 15,000 articles, big and small, in German media. As you say, giving back much more money than the investment was, if you count it in advertising numbers. It meant that for us, we focused very much on literature in all genres, children's literature, non-fiction, fiction. And I think that Norwegian literature got very much more visible, and also the authors. And we can see that through also what has happened since. Norwegian authors, they are attractive all over the world, and they are very much invited. And we, as a follow-up of Guest of Honor in Frankfurt, we are now able to do also other Guest of Honor projects, but at reading book fairs, where we can focus especially of the meetings between the author and the audience, which is even more important now after the time we have had of COVID. So this is a great follow-up for us now. And I must say that we are very happy with the Guest of Honor project in Frankfurt. It's a big marketing place, of course, but it's also a big cultural dialogue project. You get to know so much more people, both at home, but not the least in Germany, the booksellers, the critics, the media, the publishers. So it's a very big investment, and it's a great follow-up also that in Norway that the different parts of the book industry, cultural life, the stakeholders, they now know much better what can be achieved from an international project like this. And I think that the level of internationalization in Norway's cultural life has also had a lot of fruits from this project.
Gvansa, with Georgia, it was like a discovery of a country no one knew is there, beautiful, waiting to be discovered. A lot happened for Georgia in the sense of tourism. I know that in this preparation period, the years to follow to the guest of honor. Also, for the first time, there were direct flights from Germany to Tbilisi. So what kind of effect did this media attention bring to you?
Yes, you are quite right. We were an undiscovered country, and it was something which really helped us also in promotion, that everyone coming to us before 2018 were interested why Frankfurt Book Fair decided to give us this chance, why we was to this project. So there was an interest already, because unknown country, undiscovered country, and something new culture to find out for many of our colleagues. So that was helpful. I can share the numbers, which are really impressive. As for media coverage, we had more than 7,000 online and printed articles, more than 7,000. And we had more than 1 billion reach in the social media. And if we have paid for all the newspaper, TV channel, radio, and everything, what we have covered during these years, we should pay, as an advertisement, we should pay more than 32 million euros. That was the result. But we never paid for this. No advertisements during these years, no single advertisement. So that was incredible for us. And as a result, in the country, the tourism from Germany increased 50% increase from Germany, and from European countries, 25-30% increase. So that was for us, of course, something, I don't know, it was a miracle. And for us, it was also very helpful was, I should mention her, Nino Haratischvili, German-Georgian writer, because she became a big bestseller, and it was happening on the same time. We were getting ready for the project, and Nino was becoming more and more famous in Germany, and with her one most important book, A Slide for Brilka, she achieved that German tourists were coming to Georgia, and she was not in the beginning very known in Georgia. She became popular first in Germany and then in Georgia. And I realized what was happening after a lot of guides, which I know in person, touristic guides, I mean, were reaching me and asking, who is Nino Haratischvili? Because German tourists are coming and telling us that they come to Georgia to discover the country of Nino Haratischvili. So this is the power of one book, one author, literature, but of course, she was very helpful for us, but on the other hand, the whole project was very helpful. And as a result of translations, I will mention this as well, in 5 years we achieved, as I told you, we didn't have maybe 10 maximum translations into German. We achieved 250 Georgian books translated into German language and 600 events in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. So that was it. And I also just briefly want to mention that what we wanted to achieve, of course, to become visible for the rest of the world. And also we had this experience that when we met our colleagues from other countries and we were buying rights, they were asking that in which language, Russian, in which language you will be translating our book. So we said that what messages we want to bring with this project, and we wanted to bring the message that being post-Soviet country does not mean that you are Russia, and it doesn't mean that you speak Russian and you are. So we wanted to say that Georgia made by characters, this is a unique alphabet, and behind these 33 letters, we have unique stories to share. So I think that we achieved what we wanted to, because now no one asks you in which language we are translating our books.
Michalis, I know you are not, you can't have such detailed numbers in your head anymore after more than 20 years, but I'm sure that you will remember how to answer this question, which is very important and was one of the main goals also of Slovenia becoming guest of honor. So not only to get more translation, but to get more value out of the translated books, so that the rights are sold for a higher value of money. Did this happen in Greece?
Yeah. Well, the thing for Greece is that in terms of media attention, that 2001, I don't know how many people remember right now, the book fair was 1 month after 9/11, which not just in terms of space in the newspapers, but also the agenda at this point had shifted, which means the discussion was about, war of clash of civilizations, things like that. I mean, the terrorism, the Middle East. I think that affected the result, but it was obviously, I mean, extensively covered. And what also was probably not unique, but Greece emphasized it a lot, was the idea that it's not just Frankfurt. It was a strategy, as it was called at the time, from Kiel to Vienna, which means that there were events in more than 40 German-speaking cities. Also, in collaboration, tapping into the important communities of Greek immigrants that exist, especially in what was Western Germany. And so that was an important aspect. But I think, I mean, Greece, it is a strong brand name. You have heard it in school, probably. And also it is, anyway, a strong, important tourist destination at the time and now. But I'm sure there were some effects of that. Germans are fans of Greece and the Greek summer. But I think in terms of literature, and also, as I mentioned, that the idea of being part of the European core was, in a way, also established in that respect, that in the European culture and so on. But more close to books, I would say that, I mean, Greece, it wasn't exactly unknown before that, in the sense that there are 2 Greek Nobel laureates, 63 Seferis, 79 Elitis. There was also, Zorba, Kazantzakis, and so on, and Kavafis after some point. But what being guest of honor did was, in a way, launched new voices in terms of, modern novelists. The idea that the Greeks are about poetry is not 100% correct, in the sense that, yes, it is, I mean, we have many poets, but that's actually that most people read. So, I mean, it's in that way, I don't know how it is in Slovenia, because you have also important poetry scene. So in a way, it changed a bit the narrative, and it changed also the idea that we are known just for, to nobles, which is not bad, it's not unimportant, but especially if you are buying and selling rights, and you are want to, to address a wider audience of readers, you need also, novels and so forth. And I think especially from the success of Markaris, which is probably the most known, he writes noir, it was, if not launched, facilitated, but by what was happening with the success of and the presence of guest of honor of Greece in Frankfurt. So that's my...
Thank you. I got the sign that we have to wrap it up. We can continue talking in the coffee shop, in the pavilion. We wish all the future guest of honors all the luck. And regarding this title of being guest of horror, we can say it is overwhelming and it can be horrifying while preparing and implementing it, but it's absolutely worth it. Thank you.
one more warning in English. If there is anybody in this room who doesn't understand Slovenian and German, both languages, please take the headphones at that corner, because this event will be simultaneously translated. And at this moment, I will, for the first time in this book fair, switch to Slovenian. Dober dan vsem skupaj. Današnji panel je posvečen današnjemu koncertu, ki se bo zgodil v Jahrhunderthalle ob 8. zvečer. To je koncert skupine Laibach, Simfoničnega orkestra televizije Slovenija in na nek način tudi Vladimirja Bartola, ker je pač celoten koncert temelji na romanu Vladimirja Bartola Alamut. Moji trije gostje danes so, če začnem na skrajnem robu, Uwe Schütte, avtor knjige o Laibachu, poznavalec neue slovenische Kunsta in nasploh slovenske scene. Verena Klem je profesorica književnosti in tukaj je moj kolega Miran Košuta, s katerim sva bila nekoč davno v prejšnjem stoletju sošolca na oddelku za primerjalno književnost na Univerzi v Ljubljani. Danes pa je profesor na Univerzi v Trstu, kjer se ukvarja tudi z slovenskimi avtorji, ki delujejo v Italiji. Moje ime je Miha Kovač in sem kurator slovenskega programa v Frankfurtu. Današnji panel je v bistvu namenjen temu, da nekako razjasnimo ozadje tega današnjega koncerta. In jaz bi takoj na začetku predal besedo Miranu Košuti in ga prosil, da pove nekaj besed o Vladimirju Bartolu, o literarni sceni med obema vojnama v Trstu, iz katere je ta roman zrasel. Prosim, Miran.
Hvala, Miha. Upam, da se slišimo. Stadt zwischen drei Welten. Mesto med tremi svetovi, tako bi z milom Dorom lahko označil Trst v letu 1903, ko se je v njem 27. februarja rodil Vladimir Bartol. Od pamtiveka na stičišču romanskega, germanskega in slovanskega sveta je bil namreč Trst takrat domovina zveva, zlata, perja, Sabe, italijanske mestne večine, vendar tudi najbogatejše avstro-ogrsko pristanišče in prvo slovensko mesto po številu slovenskih prebivalcev, ker je Trst takrat štel 50 000 Slovencev, več kakor tedanja Ljubljana. Iz njegovega rodovitnega gospodarsko-socialnega humusa je od pomladi narodov dalje klila tudi čedalje bolj cveteča avtohtona slovenska kultura in literatura. To literaturo je po Koseskem, po Godini Vrdelskem, Štoki, Kvedrovi, Kristanu in mnogih drugih avtorjih žanrsko ostebrila tudi Vladimirjeva mama, se pravi Marica Nadlišek Bartol, ko je leta 1898 objavila prvi avtohtoni roman tržaške slovenske književnosti, roman Fata Morgana. Vladimir Bartol je imel torej literaturo zapisano v krvi, zvezdah, rodišču, kljub temu pa je bila njegova pot na slovenski književni Parnas vse prej kot posuta s cvetjem. Tržaško pristaniško, kulturno in literarno idilo je namreč, ko je imel samo 11 let, zamorila Prva svetovna vojna, po njej pa prihod Italije in zgodnji vznik fašizma. Že leta 1920 je bil v srcu mesta škvadristično požgan Slovenski narodni dom, kamor so zahajale torej slovenske in so imele sedež slovenske organizacije. Bartol pa je bil takrat že v Ljubljani, v osrednji Sloveniji, kamor se je morala njegova družina prisilno odseliti leto prej. V srednji Sloveniji, v Ljubljani, se mu je življenjsko kolo vrtoglavo zasukalo, maturiral je najprej na gimnaziji, potem študiral, kakor midva, torej v Ljubljani na filozofski fakulteti in tam diplomiral leta 1925. Se je nato izpopolnjeval iz biologije, psihologije in psihiatrije na francoski Sorboni in se po povratku leta 1927 poklicno posvetil pisateljevanju. Svoj takrat nezapaženi umetniški vrhunec je doživel v 30 letih, ko so bila natisnjena ali pa uprizorjena vsa njegova najpomembnejša dela, se pravi drama, neuspela drama Lopez leta 1932, zbirka literarnih sestavkov Alaraf leta 1935 in potem še roman Alamut leta 1938. Predvsem z njim, ki velja danes za Bartolovo najboljše delo, je uspel Bartol tako mednarodno, kakor doma, v Trstu in v Sloveniji, kjer je z leta 2012 započeto objavo njegovega zbranega dela postal tako rekoč tudi nacionalni kanonski avtor. Zato ne bo odveč poradovediti, odkot takšna knjiga Alamut tržaškemu piscu, ki ni nikoli videl Irana, del Bližnjega vzhoda pa obiskal šele leta 1960. No, kakor vemo iz Piščeve avtobiografije, se je misel o romanu utrnila Bartolu leta 1927 na improviziranem literarnem večeru v Parizu, ko mu je kritik Josip Vidmar razkril v Marko Polovem delu Il Milione brano zgodbo o Aloadinu, starcu z gore, iranskem preroku in voditelju izmailske ločine Ašašinov, ki je v 11. stoletju vzgajal s pomočjo hašiša svoja živa budala na danes porušenem gradu Alamut v iranski pokrajini Kazvin, nedaleč od Teherana. Po povratku iz Pariza je Bartol v naslednjih 10 letih temeljito preštudiral snov romana, njegove zgodovinske, filozofske, literarne vire, recimo zgodovinsko so mu bili v oporo Spiegel, Weil, Michaud, Malcolm, Flügel, Tode, Miller, Boulanger. Filozofsko se je oslanjal predvsem na Koran, na Biblijo, na grške predsokratike, pa tudi na novejše filozofe, recimo Hegla, Kanta, Nietzscheja, Spinozo, Descarta še prej, in psihoanalitike, se pravi Freuda, Adlerja, Junga, Omar Khayyam, Goethe, Dostojevski, Poe, Platon, Machiavelli pa so bili Bartolovi izrecni literarni viri. V desetletju 27-37 so se mu nakopičili zapiski o šejku Al-Džebalu ali pa o teh zgodovinarjih, filozofih, celo skice Tlorisija Alamuta, ki jih je potem skranjeval v posebne mape z naslovom Alamutjana, in ko je po njegovem dodobra spoznal iransko zgodovino, filozofijo, umetnost, je odpotoval v Kamnik, s seboj je vzel približno 100 knjig in tam Alamut naskočil najprej v samoizpovedni dramski obliki, nato pa v prozni. Po večkratnih pridelavah je potem v nedeljo 24. julija 1938 zanosno zapisal v svoj dnevnik, ob 5:45 dovršil Alamut, zadovoljen, v Alamutu bom nesmrten. Delo je nato predložil Janezu Žagarju, uredniku založbe Modra ptica, in ga opremil tudi s posvetilom. Ja? Nesmrten, poudarjam. Ga opremil s posvetilom, torej Benitu Mussoliniju kot zločinskemu mandantu Fedaija, da umori kralja Aleksandra. Tako se je glasilo posvetilo, ker je bil prepričan pač Bartol, da je dal jugoslovanskega kralja Aleksandra leta 1934 v Marseju umoriti italijanski duče. Na prošnjo urednika je na to posvetilo spremenil v splošnejše nekemu diktatorju, potem pa tudi to posvetilo umaknil zaradi možne dvoumnosti. Roman je tako izšel leta 1938 pri Modri ptici v Ljubljani brez posvetila. No, v spremni besedi, ki sem jo prispeval za ponatis iz leta 1988, sem izrazil domnevo, da je Alamut predvsem roman metafora. To delo je namreč sam Bartol označil za prispodobo dobe strašnih diktatorjev med obema vojnama, poleg tega pa druži v sebi vse tri sestavne člene metafore, se pravi premi pomen, to je resnična zgodovina Izmailcev in Hasana ibn Sabe v 11. stoletju v Perziji, v Iranu. Drugo pri primeri, se pravi preneseni pomen, takratna pisateljeva danost, to je čas med obema vojnama, ko so politično dogajanje v Evropi obvladovali trije diktatorji, Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin. In tretje pri primeru, to so pa prvemu in drugemu členu skupne lastnosti, zaradi katerih je sploh mogoča pomenska zamenjava. Tako čas Izmailcev kot obdobje med obema vojnama v Evropi so namreč zaznamovala pereča vprašanja o totalitarizmu, izvoru, delovanju oblasti, ideološki zaslepljenosti, verskem fundamentalizmu, fanatizmu, binarizmu videza in resnice, manipuliranju z ljudmi, filozofiji nadčloveka, nihilizmu, pluralizmu resnic, relativizmu vrednot. Te večno aktualne dileme sveta, človeka, družbe, bivanja so pač resnična globinska srž Alamuta. No, seveda leta 1938, ko je šel romana, še zdaleč niso tako razumeli in brali, z večine nenaklonjena kritika mu je očitala malo da ne vse, pornografičnost, eksotičnost, makiavelizem, ničejanstvo, in zaradi posvetila razširil se je glas med ljubljansko pisateljsko srenjo, celo fašistoidnost. Le redki so v Alamutu videli prispodobo boja primorskih Slovencev proti italijanski fašistični državi ali, po Miranu Hladniku rečeno, metaforo terorističnih strategij primorske paravojaške organizacije Tiger, do katere je Bartol gojil simpatije. No, ta novejša kritiška eksegeza ima tudi svoje nezanemarljive dejstvene oprimke, najprej v Bartolovem narodnem jugovstvu. Klement Jug je bil njegov vzor na ljubljanski filozofski fakulteti, na to v njegovem prijateljevanju s tigrovcem Zorkom Jelinčičem, in ko je bil Zorko obsojen na prvem tržaškem procesu posebnega fašističnega sodišča leta 1930, je potem Bartol zapisal: tudi zate, Zorko, pride maščevanje. In to maščevanje je bilo očitno literarno. Potem pa predvsem v avtorjevi obmejni tržaški narojenosti, ki je tudi alamutsko pisanje opečatila z razvidno literarno zavzetostjo za usodo slovenstva. Razumevanje Alamuta, ne samo v tigrovskem ključu, ampak tudi v sodobnejšem smislu, recimo kot prispodobo globalnega kapitalističnega oblastva, Hartovega imperija ali zdajšnje manipulacije človeka s pomočjo metaverzuma, se pravi virtualne inteligence in danosti, kjer nič neresnično in se zato zdi vse dovoljeno. Eden izmed stavkov koncerta, nocojšnjega koncerta Laibachov je posvečen prav metaverzumu. To branje pa ni povsem upravičeno samo zaradi enciklopedične večpomenskosti dela, ampak tudi skladno z avtorjevimi predstavami o njegovi mitskosti, metaforičnosti, vsepovednosti, univerzalnosti. Bartol je torej svojim geniakordom, kot ga je sam nazival, razkril problemske univerzalije terorizma, verskega fanatizma, ideoloških totalitarizmov, vendar predvsem ontološke dominacije videza ob nespoznavnosti resnice in prav zato je trajno osvojil bralce. Ne samo slovenske bralce, kot vemo, po številnih domačih natisih, desetinah prevodov v neevropske jezike, tudi oddaljene, farsi, korejščino, velja danes Alamut za pravcati mednarodni bestseller, za po Paternuju rečeno morda najuspešnejši slovenski izvozni roman. In zato ni čudno, da je alamutska snov posredno ali pa neposredno navdihnila mnogo kaj literarnega, gledališkega, televizijskega, filmskega, glasbenega, kot bomo nocoj videli, spletnega, od romana recimo The Brethren, Sir Rider Haggarta, do Ekovega, Foucaultjevega Nihala, tudi tam se nahaja alamutska snov, do potem Jovanovićeve dramatizacije Alamuta, TV serije Arrow, Newellovega filma Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time recimo, do spletne igre Assassin's Creed, do glasbene poustvaritve skupine Laibach. Danes, po natanko 120 letih od Bartolovega rojstva, lahko upravičeno trdimo, da so avtorjeve literarne sanje povsem izpolnjene. Z Alamutom je namreč postal, če ne ravno nesmrten, je postal zagotovo slovenski in svetovljanski, naroden in mednaroden, lokalen in globalen književnik, skratka, glokalni Vladimir Bartol.
Hvala lepa, Miran. Jaz moram priznati, da ko sem bral ta roman pri 16 letih, me je zanimal izključno zaradi hašiša in ničesar drugega, ampak to so bili neki drugačni časi. Nadaljujemo, mogoče bi samo še to prosil vse govorce, upoštevajte, da imamo tolmačenje, zato govorite nekoliko bolj počasi, vsekakor pa ne s tržaško hitrostjo. Gospa Klem, zelo enostavno vprašanje kot iztočnica, ali je to orientalistično delo?
Ja. Hören Sie mich? Ist das Mikrofon an und verständlich? Ja, es ist ein sehr orientalistisches Werk. Es ist geradezu durchtränkt davon. Und da möchte ich auch in meinem kurzen Statement, wirklich so, es dröhnt dann so, ich möchte auch gerne darauf eingehen, nur damit wir alle auf demselben Kenntnisstand steht eine ganz kurze Definition von Orientalismus. Also wie vielleicht alle wissen, sind es Stereotype und Fremdbilder über den Orient, und sie sind vor allem ab 19. Jahrhundert, eben auch in der Kolonialzeit, durch Politik, Wissenschaft, Kunst, Kultur und Literatur geschwappt, ja, und sind auch heute zum Teil noch sehr lebendig. Sie dienen dazu, den Orient als etwas Irrationales, völlig Fremdes zu unserer Welt zu konstruieren. Und oft steckt dahinter eben, das werfen eben insbesondere die Postcolonial Studies vor, dass es eben eine implizit Feindseligkeit auch gegenüber Muslimen der islamischen Welt und des Islam bedeutet. Also etwas ganz anderes, Feindseliges, was nichts mit uns zu tun hat. So, in meinem Statement, das ich ein bisschen kürzer machen will, wenn nicht, dann unterbrechen Sie mich bitte, orientalistische Erzählstrukturen in dem Roman möchte ich Ihnen darstellen. Dann möchte ich im zweiten Punkt die Entstehung und die Tradition der Erzählung kurz ansprechen. Damit möchte ich eben auch zeigen, in welcher Erzähltradition eigentlich Wladimir Bartol mit diesem Roman steht. Und ganz zum Schluss noch ein, zwei Sätze, eher hypothetisch, welche Art von Orientalismus könnte man denn
denn Bartol zuschreiben? Gut, also erstmal zu den Erzählstrukturen, den Motiven, den Bildern. Der Autor hat sich eine schwarze Legende angeeignet, die sich bereits in Erzählungen aus dem 11. und 13. Jahrhundert aus Syrien und Persien befindet. Sie haben sich dann, diese unabhängigen Erzählungen sind dann im Laufe der Zeit miteinander verschmolzen. Ich gehe da nachher ein bisschen genauer noch drauf ein. Bartol setzt dann diese schwarze Legende in ihren historischen Rahmen, nämlich den Kampf der sogenannten Assassinen. Das ist eine kleine schiitisch-ismailitische Splittergruppe gegen die zahlenmäßig immens überlegenen Seldschuken. Das sind turkstämmige Reiter, Kämpfer, Krieger, die in dieser Zeit, 11. bis 12. Jahrhundert, eben von Osten, von den zentralasiatischen Steppen nach Iran und weiter zogen und von Iran aus auch ein Großreich gründeten. Das heißt, er hat der Assassinenführer hat eben einen Kampf gegen eine Großmacht sozusagen von seiner Burg Alamut, die auf Deutsch heißt es Adlernest, herabgeführt. Die zentrale Figur ist Hassan Sabach, der heißt im Roman Seyduna, also Seydu heißt unser Herr oder Hassan. Es ist ein charismatischer, manipulativer, religiöser und militärischer Führer, so wird er dargestellt. Er gibt seinen Anhängern Drogen, haben wir schon gehört, um ihnen im Rausch dann das Paradies zu suggerieren. Er lässt sie dann so mit Drogen vollgestopft in einen paradiesähnlichen Garten bringen. Dort warten junge Frauen auf sie, die sind ohne Ende schön und klug und die werden dann, ja, die sind auch für ihre Rolle als Liebhaberinnen ausgebildet worden. Das lesen wir alles im Roman schön nach. Die berauschten Männer halten die Frauen dann für Paradiesjungfrauen und tatsächlich verführen sie auch diese jungen Frauen, diese Männer, nach allen Regeln der Erotik und Liebeskunst. Und danach werden die beglückten, befriedigten Männer wieder in Schlaf gewogen und auf diese Art und aus dem Garten raustransportiert, und auf diese Art und Weise erwirkt der Führer ihre grenzenlose Opferbereitschaft, um nämlich diese lustvollen Aufenthalte im Paradies wiederzuerleben, begehen sie im Auftrag dieses Führers mörderische Attentate, haben dabei keine Furcht vom eigenen Sterben und vom eigenen Selbstopfer und Martyrium. Diese Story und all ihre Einzelheiten und Erzählstränge und Einzelheiten baut Bartol auf Hunderten von Seiten in allen Details aus. Hier treten dann typisch orientalistische Motive auf, vor allem nämlich stark stereotype und sexualisierte Bilder von Frauen und von heldenhaften und mordbereiten Männern, die Orientalen eben. Die Frauen, Mädchen in diesem Roman sind jungfräulich und sie sind bis auf eine Ausnahmefigur, auf die ich jetzt nicht eingehe, zu nichts geschaffen, um den Männern höchste Lust zu bereiten. Sie entsprechen den Jungfrauen im islamischen Paradies, zum Beispiel dargestellt auch im Koran in mehreren Suren. Die Männer sind tugendhaft, stolz, etliche sind gebildet und gelehrt, viele sind herausragende Helden und Kämpfer. Sie sehnen sich also eben nach dem Paradies und führen Attentate aus. Sie wollen Märtyrer sein und das werden sie dann eben auch. Bartols literarische Eskapaden in die fremde Welt des Orients geht, wie man sich denken kann, einher mit der Verzerrung der historischen Situation und mit klischeehaften Bildern von Menschen aus einer anderen Kultur und Zeit. Tatsächlich wiederholt Bartol hier ein Narrativ, das die Kreuzfahrer im 11. Jahrhundert in den Westen gebracht haben. Und es hat sich bis ins 19. Jahrhundert hinein gut gehalten. In der Populärkultur, im berühmten Computerspiel The Assassin's Creed, das jetzt auch gerade in eine 9. Folge herausgebracht hat. da arbeiten Historiker mit. Das muss wirklich ganz, ganz interessant sein. Und es war vor allem wirksam, und zwar zu Ungunsten der zeitgenössischen Muslime, 9/11, als nämlich die Selbstmordattentäter in die direkte Tradition der Assassinen gestellt worden sind, was natürlich ein unglaublicher Unsinn ist, und das so zu interpretieren. Da kann aber Bartol natürlich nichts dazu. Jetzt kurz noch, woher kommt die Erzählung, in welcher Tradition steht der Roman? Es sind erstens, wie schon angedeutet, die Erzählung der Kreuzfahrer in Syrien, die waren da ab dem 11. Jahrhundert zugange, die dort einen, in Syrien gab es einen Ableger, auch eine kleine Splittergruppe der persischen Assassinen. Und die prägten dann eine Legende, in der ein Alter vom Berge seine Männer indoktriniert, ihren absoluten Gehorsam und ihre glühenden Herzen erwirkt. Und sie machen dann alles, was er empfiehlt, und töten sogar bekanntlich auch manchen Kreuzritter in der Zeit oder sogar ihre Führer. Eine weitere Erzählung prägte Marco Polo, das haben wir auch schon gehört. Er durchquerte 1273 auf dem Weg nach China die Region, hörte ebenfalls von einem Alten vom Berge. Und dann kommt diese Paradies-Story eben, die ich eben schon ausgeführt habe, die schönen Frauen, lieblichen jungen Frauen, die auf den Instrumenten spielen, singen, tanzen, und die Männer, die zukünftigen Fidais, Selbstmordattentäter, verführen. So, und dem Führer eben als Mordwerkzeuge dann dienen. Marco Polo hat dann 25 Jahre später nach seiner Reise in Genua diese beiden Erzählungen von den Kreuzrittern und die er so gehört hat in der Umgebung, als er durchgezogen ist, gemischt. Und er hat dafür einen Namen benutzt, nämlich Ashishini. Ja? Das haben die Kreuzfahrer, der geht auf die Kreuzfahrer zurück, und die populäre Bezeichnung, das ist nämlich, wenn man es übersetzt, Haschischesser, ja? Haschischkonsumenten. So und so haben die eben die Kreuzfahrer genannt, so hießen die angeblich so in der Umgebung. Die Legende lebte dann fort, nachdem sie also von Marco Polo sozusagen verschmolzen und noch narrativ ausgeführt worden war. Und zwar bei Josef von Hammer-Purgstall. Das ist ein österreichischer Diplomat und Orientalist, der starb Mitte des 19. Jahrhunderts. Er verfasste in der Wissenschaft eine Geschichte der Assassinen, mischt dort die Sagen mit neuesten wissenschaftlichen Erkenntnissen, und diese Form lag meiner Information auch dem Wladimir Bartol zugrunde. Das haben wir schon gehört, das lasse ich jetzt weg, da ist er eher ein desillusionierter Nihilist, der Hassane Sebach, der die Menschheit, der den Plan hat, die Menschheit eben mit einem zynischen Experiment fortzuführen. Er hatte aber nicht die Welt des Orients kritisch im Auge, sondern die Faschismen seiner Zeit. Das ist natürlich ganz wichtig. Dessen Führer, Hitler und Mussolini, vergleicht er mit Saidullah, also unserem Herrn, oder dem Hassar, dem Assassinenführer, der eben ein Verführer und Menschenverachter, als Verführer und Menschenverachter von Alamut dargestellt worden ist. So, mein Schluss jetzt. Kann man diesem Autor einen ideologischen Orientalismus unterstellen? Das muss man diskutieren. Ich würde sagen, eigentlich nein. Ja, im Gegenteil, Bartol zeigt ja auch, dass es auch im Westen und nicht nur im Orient Unmenschen gibt, nämlich Hitler und Mussolini, die eben auch eben Menschen auf diese Art und Weise verführen und in den Tod schicken. Ja? Und das würde ich jetzt mal als seine Message stehen lassen und ihn auch ein Stück weit von einem ideologischen, arroganten, eurozentrischen Orientalismus auch freisprechen wollen und ihn nicht dafür jetzt hier an dieser Stelle dafür anklagen.
Hvala lepa. Pomaknimo se za kakšnih 30 let naprej, v 80. leta, v majhno slovensko mesto Trbovlje, kjer nastane skupina Laibach in iz nje potem nastane en širši kulturni, popkulturni fenomen. Uwe, ti se ukvarjaš z proučevanjem popularne kulture že zelo dolgo časa in si eden redkih specialistov za slovensko glasbeno produkcijo, ki ji rečemo Laibach. Zate je zelo enostavno vprašanje. Kaj je to Laibach? In kako vidiš v kontekstu Laibacha to mešanje z Alamutom?
Okay, vielen Dank, Micha. Für Experte halte ich mich gar nicht. Ich bin Herausgeber eines Sammelbandes und wir haben mit 2 Kollegen vor 6 Jahren in Ljubljana eine kulturwissenschaftliche Laibach-Konferenz organisiert und da stammt eigentlich mein Interesse her, auch daher, dass meine mütterliche Familienlinie aus Slowenien kommt. Aber das ist jetzt völlig egal. Laibach, du hast jetzt Laibach als popkulturelles Phänomen bezeichnet. Ja, ich wollte sozusagen damit anfangen zu erklären, dass Laibach kein Pop ist, sondern eher genau das Gegenteil, nämlich Kunst. Sofern das ein Widerspruch ist, muss man heutzutage auch nicht mehr auflösen. Also Laibach ist für die, ich nehme auch mal an, dass die meisten hier schon mal einen Eindruck haben oder wissen, was Laibach ist. Aber ich versuche mehr auf grundsätzliche Punkte zu kommen. Dass es gut ein popkulturelles Phänomen ist, aber keine Popmusik. Es ist eine... Was es ist wiederum, das muss man selber entscheiden, muss man selber rausfinden. Gängiges Modell wäre zu sagen, ein Künstlerkollektiv, was darauf abzielt, dass Laibach erheblich mehr machen als nur Musik und sowieso ohnehin relativ wenig Popmusik. Man könnte sie auch als Performance-Künstler, als Happening-Künstler, als Performance-Artists bezeichnen und dann eben in dieser Form oder diese Sparte der Bildenden oder der Kunststellen. Ich habe mir, mein Ansatz, und der ist nicht besser oder schlechter als irgendein anderer, ist, dass ich mir das schöne deutsche Wort Gesamtkunstwerk rausgesucht habe, weil Laibach eben auch in eine gewisse Traditionslinie gehören, etwa mit der Band Kraftwerk und übrigens auch mit der Band Rammstein, allerdings in einer bestimmten Weise, die ich keiner Weise sozusagen gleich oder gar vergleichbar halten möchte. Da kann ich nachher vielleicht auch noch was dazu sagen. Also es geht um Immersion. Es geht darum, nicht eben Popmusik zu machen, sondern es geht darum, die Grenzen oder die Popmusik ist dann im Gesamtkunstwerk fast noch das Geringere. Wichtig sind Images, wichtig sind Bilder, habe ich jetzt gerade gesehen, ich weiß nicht, warum das bei Barbara liegt. Hier etwa, ich hatte gedacht, sie hätte es mitgebracht, ist aber Promo, ist aber Promo, wie ich gesehen habe, für das Laibach-Ding. Bilder, Videos, Kleidung, Mode, wie man sich anzieht. Das heißt bei Laibach natürlich, dass sie Uniformen tragen, dass sie Armbinden tragen, auf denen ein Kreuz zu sehen ist. Dass, dass viele gerne als Hakenkreuz sehen, dass aber natürlich das Kreuz von Malevich ist, also sozusagen einem dieser grundlegenden Werke der modernen Malerei. Dass es Bühnenaufführungen gibt und dass eben die Bühnenperformance eigentlich da ist, der Ort ist, an dem der Laibachsche Kunstbegriff, die Kunstmaschine Laibach zu arbeiten beginnt. Und das heißt auch, dass sie schon lange weggegangen sind von eben regulären oder allein regulären Konzertaufführungen oder Popmusik, Bandaufführungen in diesem Format, sondern sehr viel Theatermusik auch machen. Ganz rezent das Heine-Müller-Projekt in Berlin, wo Texte von Heine Müller untermalt wurden und auf der Bühne als Theaterstück eben aufgeführt wurden. Ich habe mir die Jahreszahlen aufgeschrieben, ist ja egal, vor ein paar Jahren das Zarathustra-Projekt, also sprach Zarathustra, wo also ganz ruhige, schöne, ich würde es als Nichtkenner, neoklassische Musik bezeichnen, eine Theatermusik gemacht wurde für ein Zarathustra-Projekt. Sie haben eine elektronische Version gemacht der Kunst der Fuge von Bach, denn es gibt ja dieses schöne Wortspiel, das eben Laibach und als dieser ganze Titel ist sozusagen ein durchgehender Buchstabenwurm, Laibach, Kunst der Fuge, wo man versucht hat, eben eine Art elektronischen Updates diese Kernwerks klassischer Musik zu finden. Und Laibach fokussieren eben immer jetzt in letzter Zeit auf die großen Namen, auf Nietzsche, auf Heiner Müller, den ich für einen großen Namen halte, falls das hier alle nicht tun. Für mich war es ein neuer Name, aber im slowenischen Kontext natürlich ein offenkundig ganz großer Name, eben Bartol, Alamut. Und daraus etwas zu machen, das provokant ist, das versucht, neue Zugänge zu etwas zu finden. Denn wie Verena ja schon erklärt hat, eben es hat mit Orientalismus, mit orientalischer Kultur zu tun. Dieser slowenische Autor, der über den Orient schreibt. Und dann wiederum war ja die ursprüngliche, ich sehe es auch erst heute Abend zum ersten Mal oder höre es heute Abend zum ersten Mal, aber ursprünglich war der Plan natürlich, das als eine Kooperation zu machen zwischen dem slowenischen Symphonieorchester oder Rundfunkorchester, wie man es heißt, und dem iranischen Teheraner, wenn ich richtig mich erinnere, Orchester und eben das Stück eigentlich in Teheran und in Ljubljana zunächst uraufzuführen und eben auch mit gemischten Musikern, als eben ein kultureller Brückenschlag. Und dann eben ist die bekannte Situation passiert, der Aufstand im Iran, der dann natürlich unmöglich gemacht hat, dass diese Sache stattfindet. Und in welcher schrecklichen politischen Situation wir uns jetzt befinden, muss ich ja gar nicht erst erwähnen. So, und das ist also etwas, was ich an Laibach hervorheben möchte, diese Versuche, neue Zugänge zu finden, Brücken zu schlagen zwischen den Kunstsparten. Wenn man Laibach jetzt als sozusagen Performancegruppe anschaut, machen sie 3 Sachen gleichzeitig. Sie treten teilweise auf, ich glaube, nächste Woche in 10 Tagen oder so in Berlin mit Industrial-Musik, wo also diese ganz frühen musikalischen Anfänge dieser Art slowenische Punk-Gestus, eben diese Industrial-Musik zu machen, als rein elektronische, abstoßende, laute, non-melodische Musik. Gleichzeitig sind sie auf Tour mit ihrem Popsong-Repertoire. Zugleich haben wir eben jetzt hier diese riesengroße, nennen wir es jetzt mal neue klassische Sache. Und die touren auch gleichzeitig eben, oder da ist es glaube ich jetzt zu Ende, aber all das überlagert sich halt mit diesem Heiner Müller-Stück, wo wiederum eben die Texte als Kollaboration, die Texte Müllers mit eben Musik, mit Performance gemischt werden. Und das ist sozusagen, was ich unter Gesamtkunstwerk verstehe, das natürlich wenig mit Nietzsche zu tun hat, sondern kommen wir wieder zurück auf Michas Begriff und auf meinen letzten Satz, im popkulturellen Feld etwas zu machen, was kein anderer so macht. Und in der Tat sind Laibach in dieser Hinsicht komplett einmalig. Jetzt gibt mir das noch einen schönen Anlass, das abzugrenzen von Rammstein, die ich ekelhaft finde. Das ist eine reine, natürlich kommerzielle Ausnutzung, die basiert noch dazu, zumindest im deutschen Kulturbereich, die ich völlig indiskutabel finde, angesichts der rechten populistischen Tendenzen, eben so ein nationalistische, so diese neue deutsche Härte als so eine Art, den AfD-Wählern noch einen Soundtrack zuzuliefern, finde ich, ganz mal abgesehen von diesen sexuellen Sachen, die jetzt rausgekommen sind, die das ja auch nur auf eine andere Weise bestätigen, wie pervers das ist. Okay. Danke. Jetzt fällt mir noch was ein, was ich unbedingt loswerden will. Ivan Novak, der Sprecher von Rammstein, ist ja gefragt worden, von Laibach ist gefragt worden, was denn der Unterschied ist oder wie Laibach Rammstein sieht. Und dann hat er sehr, sehr schön, sehr treffend gesagt, Rammstein sind Laibach für Kinder und Laibach sind Rammstein für Erwachsene. Und ich finde, besser kann man es nicht auf den Punkt bringen, eben auch wiederum mit Laibachscher Ironie und eben Gespür für eben Dinge auf den Punkt zu bringen.
Mi smo s tem praktično izčrpali čas, ki ga imamo na razpolago. Če želi kdo še kakšno kratko repliko ali pa še kakšno dodatno pojasnilo dati, je morda kakšno vprašanje z publike?
Mogoče bi pristavil 2 besedi recimo o tej plodni kontaminaciji Laibacha in Bartola. Zdi se mi, da bo na ta način nastala poroka med vzhodom in zapadom, kot je o Alamutu dejal oziroma si predstavljal Bartol sam. Namreč Bartol je pristopil do te orientalske snovi izjemno spoštljivo in za Alamut je sam želel, da bi postal nekakšen getejevski vestöstlicher divan. Lahko razpravljamo seveda, če mu je to uspelo ali ne. Nastalo pa je umetniško delo in tudi v primeru Laibachov bo nastalo novo umetniško delo, ki se izhodiščno navdihuje ob Bartolovem Alamutu, hodi pa potem svojo samostojno, multimedialno, glasbeno, performativno umetniško pot, tako kot je dejal Uwe. To pa samo potrjuje, kako je roman Alamut, da spet uporabim Bartolove besede, živ in netljiv organizem, ker je sposoben vedno znova eksplodirati v sodobnosti, spodbujati k ustvarjanju, rojevati nova branja in interpretacije. Skratka, kakor vsa velika dela, zdi se mi, da je tudi Alamut neusahljiv metaforični generator.
Ok, dajmo se na tej točki ustaviti. Ob 8. zvečer ste vsi vabljeni v Jahrhunderthalle, da se prepričate o tem, kar ste slišali zdaj. Hvala.
good day, dearest ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming for this program, which I suppose might be very interesting for wider discussion over and beyond the literature itself. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Mladen Veskovic. I am in the function of the editor-in-chief of the edition 100 Slavic novels. Edition of 100 Slavic novels is a part and one of the main projects of the International Cultural Foundation Forum of Slavic Cultures from Ljubljana. The forum is established almost 20 years ago as a way to put in the interest, to put the focus of interest of the Slavic cultures in general in the Europe after the fall of Berlin Wall. In past 20 years, this edition, which was designed as a way to promote the contemporary Slavic novels, first to in between the Slavic countries and then through the translation to the rest of Europe and hopefully world, was very successful, and very soon it will be published, the 100th title. Some of our authors on the scene here together are presented in the edition, but I hope so that many others will be. From my left to right is Aleksandar Gatelica, writer and currently diplomat from Serbia. In the middle is Drago Jančar, we must say the doyen of Slovenian literature and South Slavic literatures itself. Oksana Zabushko from Ukraine, one of the most prominent and widely translated Ukrainian authors in last few decades. And of course, Georgi Gospodinov, one of the most important, prominent Bulgarian and Slavic authors in general, and recently winner of Booker Prize, which also put in focus of the interest of the wider readership in Slavic literatures itself. Our topic today is in a way very interesting, in another way very delicate. So bearing in mind the time we have, I would like to ask for the beginning as the first question Aleksandar Gatelica and Drago Jančar about experiences they have during the 90s. During the time of the civil wars in Yugoslavia. Drago in that time was very famous and very well-known author in the context of Slovenia, Yugoslavia, and even wider. Aleksandar was the young but also well-established author in that moment. But I would like to ask Aleksandar and then Drago, in that time, during the 90s, what happened with the translation in the foreign languages? The motivation at that moment, what do you think? Is it just the way to understand your literature, or maybe the interest in that moment was motivated more to know more about, I don't know, Serbian perspective, Slovenian perspective, etc., etc., especially bearing in mind that during the 90s, let's say Ivo Andrić was a Nobel Prize winner, was very widely translated into foreign languages as a way to understand, let's say, Balkan conflicts. Of course, is it literature way to understand the conflict or not? That's another question, but let's start. Aleksandar, please.
Thank you, Mladen. The 90s was the decade for Serbia or Serbian writers, mainly as a decade of sanction of Serbia. And in that time, the first publishers were interested in my literature and translation on foreign languages. And mainly they want to see whether there is something in Serbia who is still living, still writing. And after that, what happens in Serbia, and try to understand translating my literature, as you said, as well as translating the literature of our classics. Try to understand the situation, try to understand the civil war, and it was the right and wrong in same time, because you know the literature may relay on history, but literature is not history guide. Literature is fiction mainly, and you can learn something from literature, but this is not a manuscript. This is not educational book at all. So my first translators tried to find something interesting in my literature, but not because of my literature, but because of fact that it was the representative literature of, in that time, young Serbian and prominent Serbian writer. But Drago's experience must be different in Slovenia in that time.
Okay, I would start with something else. It seems somehow unusual that Slavic-speaking writers we are speaking now in English. It's because there was It was old believing that in 19th century that Slavic-speaking people must understand each other linguistically, I mean. So there was a funny anecdote in 19th century, at the end of 19th century, when Slavic scholars from all countries of Habsburg monarchy who were speaking Slavic languages, Serbian, Slovenian, Croatian, Czech, etc., will join on the Congress. I think it was in Prague, and they decided that they will speak everybody in his own language because we Slav must understand each other. After 1 hour, they spoke in German because they didn't understand. So we now German was in that time lingua franca of Central Europe. Nowadays it's English, and so we are in the situation that we speak with each other in English language. So what was in 90s, these were quite complicated years. And for me, it's much more interesting. Maybe we can speak later about this, how we collaborated inside of Yugoslavia. Maybe we can say some few words about this, because that was a time which will be maybe not strange to Oksana in this situation now. For me, personally, if you want to know, I must again say an anecdote. It was in Frankfurt. I think it was 1902 or 1903. My first book, my historical book, The Gaily Slave, Galjot, which was, first translation was in Serbian, was translated in German. And that was a beautiful cover. And I prepared many beautiful words to explain my novel, etc. But on our stand of our publishing, there were TV cameras, reflectors, from the morning till night. And we were all the time explaining the situation in Yugoslavia. And that was 6 o'clock in the morning, everybody was going home, they were collecting books and their baggage, etc. And then approached to me one journalist, she from Bayerischer Rundfunk, Bayern radio, and I said to her, would you ask me something about this beautiful novel which is here on the table? And she said, okay, please tell me something about this novel. And I started my prepared explanation of my important novel. And she was listening carefully. And after 10 minutes, she said, yes, but who started the war in Yugoslavia? Was it Slovenia? So that was my experience with the first important translation. Of course, they were more interested in other things. And for literature, it's always not easy to come with a real issue, with aesthetics, with the problems that you want to open, with the quality, let's say, of always some other, how to say, side effects and political effects are more interesting. Nowadays it's a little different, but of course, if you have a war in Yugoslavia, everybody is more interested than in the war of Yugoslavia than some novel which is talking about the adventures of some men in the 17th century.
Level of expectation. Thank you, Drago. Oksana, please, will you tell us at the moment, according to your knowledge, does the rising interest for the translation of Ukrainian literature, bearing in mind terrible war in your country, and of course, does the interest are focused on the classics of Ukrainian literature as a way to understand the genesis of Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian language, etc., or are they more interested, foreign publishers, for, let's say, your generation or the younger Ukrainian generation, as a way to promote them into nowadays Europe or even wider?
Thank you. I'm not that young. Well, I understand we are very short in time, and I'm very much tempted to go on with this subject of this Slavic translations, understanding, and the war, and if I am allowed, once I am already, you know, on this panel, if I am allowed to make this announcement, I have to tell you, my dear colleagues, that Ukraine nowadays is the place where probably the literatures of the former Yugoslavia are most popular, most widely translated, and most appreciated. And this has something to do with you boasting a good literature about the war. That is, a good literature, good writings about human experience of war, because fiction literature is never about war or weather or whatever. It is always about human experience. And yes, how, I mean, I can give you tens of names, but I spare the time. Well, but yes, it is like among all the foreign literatures, probably Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian are now, well, in top ranks. And tens and tens of names and books are being translated into Ukrainian, are appearing literally, I would say, on the daily basis. So that does tell something about what literature can do. It can provide you with the feeling that you are not alone in this world. No matter what kind of problem you are challenged with, there is always someone to be found who had been there before you and left her or his evidence. And I think, well, that's why we are all here, Slavic or no Slavic. I would not exaggerate, you know, the Slavophile accent. It really brings us back to the 19th century, you know, and to this Slavophile myth. There is nothing in common between the Slavic literatures except for the fact that we all belong to the same linguistic group, even though, I mean, we have different traditions, we have all complicated histories, and we do have, you know, something to exchange with each other and with the rest of the world. And here, okay, we are coming, you know, to the issues that you've touched so delicately. I can be more open. As a Ukrainian, I understand you are a foreigner, so you are delicately asked about this interest to the Ukrainian literature nowadays. Let me put it in a more cynical way. If you belong to the so-called minor literature, my favorite term, yes, I do belong to the minor literature, okay. 40 million speakers, you know, 1 millennium-long literary history, but we are still the minor literature because we don't boast the imperial history behind us. We are still in this 19th century Hegelian paradigm, okay. And I would say, if you belong to this minor literature, as we all here do, okay, you are destined to raise international interest, more or less when something noteworthy happens in your country, noteworthy staying for bad, something really bad happening in your country, and not a natural disaster, but something like war. Yes, you are absolutely right, Drago. Some war, conflict, well, civil war, whatever, you know, aggression, which causes discussions and everything. And something, you know, that that raises the sense of guilt in the rest of the world, and that's how Western Slavic studies discovered Bohemistics after 1968, after the occupation of Czechoslovakia. That's when Hrabal, Kundera, and the others made it to the international literary stage. The same happened to the Poles with the martial law in 1980. Again, that resulted in the Nobel Prize for Czesław Miłosz and so on and so forth. And nowadays, something similar is happening to the Ukrainian literature. All of a sudden, all this, Slavic studies kind of discovered that Ukrainian literature did exist before February 24, 2022. And that it is not just 3 or 4 names, Zabushko, Kurkov, Zhadan, Kurkov, Zabushko, and again and again, So that there are, tens and tens of very vivid writers' names, and there is a literary tradition, classical tradition. So once you have an army that defeats the alleged second biggest army in the world that the whole world has been fearful of, well, then you raise an interest as a country of a cultural and literary tradition as well. The army goes first. So we are all of us who are translated now, including Ukrainian national classics, well, we are all the beneficiaries of the successes of the Ukrainian army. Unfortunately, I am really sorry to say that, but that's more or less how it works. And to prove this, that's been a long sentence, as I am notorious with the long sentences. There is this term, Zabushko sentence, in Ukrainian literary studies, so I'm really, I have to apologize. Well, but to finish this long Zabushko sentence, I can give you an example. It took me some 10 years of talking to the European theater directors before the Russian aggression started. To trying to convince them to do Cassandra by Lesia Ukrainka, our classic of the beginning of the 20th century, and Cassandra being one of her major plays, the 5-act drama, the history of the Trojan War, the end of the Belle Epoque, this premonition, of the sense of the Belle Epoque coming to an end, and the new world appearing on the horizon, the Trojan War, seen with the eyes of a woman intellectual who sees how her world is being dilapidating, but she can't do anything. The situation of an intellectual who can't warn the world. So nothing more topical, in the past decade than Cassandra by Lesia Ukrainka, and I was talking until I was getting blue in the face, more or less like I am doing this now, that yes, do Lesia Ukrainka, do Cassandra, do nice translation and have it on stage. That's precisely, what can now ring the tune, and everyone was nodding and saying, oh, how interesting, oh, really, and making notes, but nothing. Finally, after Ukrainian army proved to be strong enough to protect our independence, last October there was the premiere of Lesia Ukrainka's Cassandra in Theatre Omnibus in London. What I failed to do for the 10 years before, well, Ukrainian army did. So that's the answer to your question, and I am sorry if it doesn't sound very optimistic.
But very realistic. Thank you, Oksana. Georgi, please, will you tell us something from your position? Luckily, your position is not defined by personal experiences, or luckily, Bulgarian doesn't been in position in modern times to have something like Oksana described, or Drago and Sasha in Yugoslavia 30 years ago. But anyway, you are somewhere nearby.
Thank you. Yes, I feel a bit uneasy because we didn't have war in the last 30 years, thank God. You know, we have some similarities. What I want to tell is this feeling about the stereotypes that the world have to our countries. It is similar to what Oksana said. When you have war, when you have army, of course, the interest rising up. But we stay in the kind of stereotypes that, okay, you're coming from Eastern Europe, you're coming from ex-communist country. I hate this ex-communist things. And I had this experience because we are in Germany. When I presented my first novel, the title is Natural Novel, and it's a novel, it's a modern novel about the divorce of man and woman. And I had this in front of German audience, and after that there were questions, and one lady told me, I didn't expect this kind of novel from you. I said, okay, what do you mean? Because you're coming from Bulgaria. What we expect from Bulgaria is novels about fighting with Ottoman Empire, with some Balkan things, with some kind maybe macho things, or with some killing with goat horn. And I said, okay, but in Bulgaria we also sometimes fall in love, sometimes get married, sometimes get divorced, and sometimes we are dying from a natural die, you know, not in a war, not with this goat horn. And this is a stereotype. When I'm saying this, I'm aware that stereotypes have two sides. I mean, we also sometimes produce the stereotypes about us. We know sometimes that, okay, they're interested of this, and I will write a historical novel with bloody novel about the Bulgarian history or something like this. So this was my experience from 19th and after that, that they tried to put us, and we also helped sometimes, in a kind of stereotypes. And last story, again, in Germany, my second novel, I had a conversations with a very good German publishing house, and the publisher told me, I really like your novel, but it's not enough Eastern European. That's what.
Thank you, Georgi. That's also the important point of our discussion. What are the level of expectation from all of our literatures and the literatures of Slavic countries in general? But let's move once again to the topic of our discussion. A question to Sasha and Drago. Drago mentioned a minute before. I think it might be interesting for our public to say, according to your experiences, how was the communication between, let's say, you as an author who was well respected even in former Yugoslav framework, and even nowadays you are. What's happened, let's say, when the crisis began in Yugoslavia? The communication between you and your publishers and your translators in other Yugoslav republics. We know that many of your works were for the first time being published, let's say, in Serbia, in Serbian translation, and then in your mother tongue in Slovenia. Does it happen? So how it looks like in this, let's say, decade of the turbulent times?
Just one remark to Georgi. Yes, they are expecting these cliches and stereotypes, etc. But just recently I've heard from one publisher that he said to, not about me, but my friend of my writer who was writing also about experience from so-called socialistic times. He said Eastern Europe is now the Ostsee nicht mehr, is not dragging no more. Nobody is interested no more about Eastern Europe. So I would say that we must say something about this experience that we survive. If we are talking about the war, as you have mentioned, we were living in the biggest, the greatest of the biggest social experiment in history with all these Eastern Europe countries. So our lives now, not only our lives, our lives of our parents, of the whole society, everything was changed. And it's important to say how people were living in this situation. I think we must not just forget and just say, okay, it's happened, nobody's interested no more, publishers are not interesting. I think we must adjust I am defending my last novel, which is about 60s in the atmosphere in Yugoslavia. But sorry, back to your question. That was for the first time at the beginning of the 90s. That was we felt that everything is falling apart. Also our connections, our ties, etc. But never happened something like this, that in Ljubljana I can say that somebody would come and say we are throwing all Serbian books from the libraries or bookstores or something like that. Nothing like this never happened. So I personally, I had contacts with my colleagues and friends from other parts of Yugoslavia, from my generation, also from younger, from Croatia, from Serbia, from Bosnia, etc. But still, it was the end of the translations, the end of, you couldn't find Croatian books no more in Belgrade, and opposite, etc. So again, Frankfurt. At the end of 90s, the group of former Yugoslav writers, we joined here in Frankfurt, and we had a three-day session. What to do to reconstruct all this cooperation, which was sometimes alive. I had, in my young years, I had excellent connections with Serbian literary magazines, publishing houses, etc. And that was suddenly broken, everything. So we, in that time, accept one resolution or a statement or something. That way, there were authors from different parts of Yugoslavia, from, I don't know, from Croatia, Renata Popovic, a publisher, Milenko Jergovic, then was Ivan Lovrenovic from Sarajevo, Filip David from Belgrade, and some others, etc. We wrote a statement that it must be, we must establish cooperation again, a normal fluence of a literary exchange, publishing, etc. And we sent that statement to all Yugoslav, there was no more Yugoslavia, all former Yugoslav newspapers from Ljubljana to Skopje, etc. But nobody was interested no more. So there were a few lines, maybe some newspapers. That was not a big scandal, not a big event, nothing actually. But these ties, slow by slow, again started. So it was not easy in 90s, but it was not, the break was not so tough as I believe that it is in between Ukraine and Russia today. And so I can say.
Thank you. Sasha, what about your experiences these days with your former or actual colleagues from former republics during the time of the war and later on, of course?
Of course, we try to make connections. We try to stay together. And in that time, it was the time of friendship, time of closeness, of person to person. It was not connected by any politics, by any national gathering or something like that, but it was person to person. And I suppose that Drago has similar experience. That connection, person to person, was strongest and stay until now, until nowadays, as strongest friendship. And now we are in a completely different situation. We finished the one process, and I have to say, Oksana, what happened on the end of that process. On the first, you're the small literature. Small, nobody wants to hear you, nobody wants to read you, or something like that. And suddenly, because of non-literature reasons, you're spotted by a flashlight. Everybody wants to hear you, everybody wants to translate you, everybody wants to learn about yourself. And what happened at the end? It was not gradually turn off the light, but suddenly, in a moment, and everybody, again, doesn't interest in you, and you're in the same, very same spot where you're in the beginning. It is the situation. But let me finish. This is the natural situation. This is the situation you can expect. And in that situation is Drago and me and plenty of writers in ex-Yugoslavian literature background. On that point, you started your real career as a writer, as a novelist, as a person who can say something. You're not spotted, you're not unspotted. And for the first time after that process, you're the person with the name and the surname. And someone wants to hear what Alexander Gatalica has to say. And my real career as a writer started not before 2000. Not before 2000. So that's the reason, that's the situation.
You mentioned the Yugoslav books which were published in Ukraine. My last translation in Ukrainian, it was about war again, but about World War II, was published exactly on the day when Putin in this White Hall declared that they started something. And I don't know, and that day I received from Judaic Center from Kiev information that they put on the post office my book. I got it then, but I don't know what happened with the remain of other books. Maybe they were burned somewhere in some, or I don't know what's happened. So.
No, if it is Judaic Center, it's in Kiev. Your books were not burned. They are in bookstores, don't you worry.
Oksana, one question for you. Bearing in mind the experiences we have heard from Drago and Sasha, what do you think? Of course, it's very hard to speak about these things now, about the future or potential communication between Ukrainian or Russian literature or the authors in the future, or if you can tell us what's happening now according to your experiences or some of your colleagues. Does this communication still function, or maybe it will wait some better time?
Well, you know, that's another story than the one that my colleagues were telling from the Balkans in the 90s. I would say it's more dramatic, and it's going to take much longer for Russia and for the rest of the world, because after all, you know, we are now having in Russia this fascist empire, and we have the rest of the world that overlooked the 30 happy Fukuyama years of new fascist empire, growing, swelling, ripening, and now it's time to review and to answer the question, how come we overlooked it? What have we been busy with for these 30 years, believing it's the end of history and nothing like this, never again, would be ever possible, never happen? I mean, fascist Russia did not fall down out of the blue. It's been there, it's been ripening for decades, and it's been completely overlooked. So if you ask about the relations now on the literary ground, I can give you an example. It's a kind of an anecdotal evidence, of course, but okay, Drago, you know, introduced this anecdotal tune, and yes, it does work as by way of illustration. Back in 2014, because the Russian aggression against Ukraine started back in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea, let me remind you. Back in 2014, my friends, my European friends, asked one of Russian famous Russian liberals. Okay, nomina sunt odiosa. I'm not going to give you any names because it is not about names. Okay, he is well-cut literary figure in publishing business and everything. So the question was, why are you keeping silent? Why don't, he was very much anti-Putin, that means liberal in Russian. Why don't you say anything about the annexation in Crimea and about, Russian troops in Donbass and about what is going on? Why are you keeping silence? And his answer was very spectacular. He said, we cannot afford losing 40 million people market. 40 million people book market. Because Ukraine, with 40 million population, who can read Russian freely, doesn't work the other way around, Russians can't read Ukrainian. Ukraine used to make up to 40% of the Russian book market. So Russian writers, be they pro-Putin or anti-Putin, in a way, they used to benefit from this, colonization of this former Soviet republic, being part of their book market, remaining the part of their book market even after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So this makes the whole situation, I would say, extremely ambiguous for Russian writers nowadays, and that poses very difficult questions before them to be answered. And it is none, I would say, of my business, as of someone who now is busier than ever to give the voice to the experience, to the extreme existential experience that people in Ukraine are subjected to unwillingly. It is none of my business now to help my Russian colleagues to solve their existential problems, which may be very similar to those that German writers were facing in the Nazi Germany, with the only one and only difference. I don't yet see any Russian Thomas Mann nowadays on the horizon. I don't see any Russian literary figure of first-rate caliber who wants the defeat of his country or her country in this war, and who speaks about this loudly to be heard all over the world. That's the problem. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And for the last round, bearing in mind the times we have, I will start from Georgi. What socio-ethical and ideological concerns are raised by publication of translation in time of crisis? This relation within ethics and ideology.
My novel was published in Croatia, and it was 30 years after the previous Bulgarian novel was published in Croatia. So we had 30 years gap. we're talking about the Balkan literature. And the problem was that after 1989, we didn't have much curiosity to each other. We lost our curiosity to each other. This was one of the problems. But now I think we have more and more Serbian, Croatian, Slovenian writers translated in Bulgaria. Gatalica is translated, Drago Jančar, of course, is translated, Oksana is translated in Bulgaria, is published in Bulgaria. So now the things, I think, get better in a way. And we have help, of course, of some organizations. We have Traduki helps. We have, and I think that curiosity growing up now. But what I want to say in time of crisis, because you ask about this, you know what's interesting? That I think we shouldn't have no more this division between periphery and center, because in time of crisis, in time of war, periphery and center change their places. When you have point of pain, like now in Ukraine, I think that the center of Europe just moved to the east. The center is now in different place. The center follow pain. And this is important. And if you want to understand something more about our countries, we should read our books, our literature, our contemporary literature. I think that if our politicians and economists used to read our books before, maybe, who knows, maybe I'm too naive, but maybe our crisis could be a bit different.
Georgi, Drago.
I'd like to say something optimistic because we are approaching the end. I see, because Oksana sounds quite pessimistic with this Russian intellectuals and writers, how they're behaving, or their lack of will to say, to decide something, etc. And one anecdote again, a few years ago, I was with the help of Slovenia, of Slavic culture, Forum of Slavic culture, on Jasna Poljana in Russia. And I was sitting on the bank with the author of famous biography of Leo Nikolaevich Tolstoy. He pictured him as very controversial person, etc. But he was peaceful-making man, somebody who Gandhi followed him, etc. Anyhow, we were sitting there, accompanied with a bottle of vodka, which he bought in this village of Jasna Poljana, probably with some peasant who was, their parents, old parents were working as slaves there in Tolstoy's property. And he said suddenly, Drago, you must understand something. The center of Moscow is not, center of Russia is not Moscow. Center, there are politicians, generals, everybody. Center of Moscow is here, where we are now, in Jasna Poljana. And I understood this topic. He said before the war, if he still thinks so, I believe that in Russia things will be also changing slow. I think you've got the point. Jasna Poljana is the center, not centers of power in Russia who will always doing what they're doing now. So it's a slight, I don't want to exaggerate, but it's a slight hope that something can change with their behaving.
Okay.
I don't see how it helped them. I don't see how having read Tolstoy helped them from performing all this over 40,000 war atrocities now registered in Ukraine. If Tolstoy did not save them from all those war crimes, okay, so where is this center?
As German authors in 40s, at the beginning of the second part of 40s.
Second part of 40s. Okay, but that's the subject of another panel.
Yes.
that which we might improvise now.
I would like to hear just Sasha for the end about the concerns of ideological concerns rise with the publication of translations in the time of crisis.
I think that at least in former Yugoslavia, we finished the ideological era, ideological decades, and I must say on the end of our panel something really optimistic, and something really optimistic stay in front of us. This is this unique library of 100 Slavic novels in same cover in how many languages? 10 Slavic languages. So this is something we built with the Forum of Slavic Literature in the last 15 years. And I'm proud of that edition. I'm proud that my novel Great War is in that edition. And I want to believe that this edition, at least for the geographic region of Western Balkans or something like that, ex-former Yugoslavia, whatever you want to call that region, that we, with this edition, make point on the ideological speaking of this or that, and we are speaking about literature. Literature, we are speaking about writers who can say something, who has to say something, who, after all, has the readers to read what they wrote.
Thank you, Sasha. I believe that we touched, but literally just touched this very delicate topic, which aggregate most of questions related with the contemporary world we are living in. And unfortunately, some of answers didn't been able to give by side of your authors, of our authors, simply because we don't have enough time. Because if we start to talk about some of other elements related with translation, how, why, do we have or not to translate something, that sometimes our ethical concerns are much stronger than literature concerns. This is something else related with the translators itself and with their very delicate position, especially in the delicate times of crisis, what to translate, how to translate, and what will happen with this translation if they were published in the wrong moment. But I would like to say thank you for your attention. And of course, to our authors for their effort, and all what they said, I think, was more than interesting in this framework. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to the panel on attention crisis and book reading. I need to tell you first, if you had a look at the program before, you might have anticipated to have more panelists on this stage. Unfortunately, Maya Lunde will not be joining us, so I will be talking to Anne Mangen on my left, who is a professor of literacy at the Norwegian Reading Center at the University of Stavanger, Norway. Her main research interest is the impact of digitization on reading, empirical research comparing the effects of different substrates and its effects on cognitive and emotional aspects of reading. To my right is Maren Werle, Associate Professor of Practical Philosophy at the Faculty of Philosophy at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. Previously, she taught and conducted research at the Institute of Philosophy at Leuven in Belgium, in the Husserl archive, and her most recent publication in this context is Access and Mediation, Transdisciplinary Perspectives on Attention. And this is what we will be talking about. So I'd like to begin with a very broad, I'd like to open up this discussion with a very broad look at attention. With a quote from William James's Principles of Psychology, where he writes, "Everyone knows what attention is." And indeed, the central concept of our discussion is something that everyone knows and that everyone does. But it seems like if we're asked about what attention actually is, we find it very hard to tell. And so I've recently stumbled upon several books for the general public that deal with this concept of attention. One is Joshua Cohen's collection of essays, Attention, Dispatches from a Land of Distraction. The other is Adam Phillips's Attention Seeking, and the third, Johann Hari's Stolen Focus, where he also uses the notion of attention as his central point. And these three books talk about very different things. But so I would like to begin with perhaps the most difficult question of today. What is attention?
Yeah, that's a very mean question for the beginning. So I also did my PhD on attention and philosophy and the cognitive psychology, and had to study all the research, experimental research on attention from the 1950s up to now. And yeah, with exactly the same aim to find out what is attention. And I'm not so much further, I must say. But we have to start somewhere. So I think maybe as a philosopher, I want to make a distinction first. So if we talk about attention, then we have, it's mostly also in these books about the current act of attention, namely the act of concentration or focus. But attention actually is much more than just that. So even in experimental research, you have awareness, vigilance, divided attention, shared attention, joint attention, you have feature integration, you have a long list of many different forms of attention. I want to make this short and say, if you define it as a current act of focusing or concentration, then it's a certain kind of ability or structuring force of our cognition. Because in the moment I focus on this, everything else will turn into the background. So it's restructuring a visual field. So it's not only the focus, but it makes something else a background. And it's also about then changing this focus and restructuring it. So it's a lot more than just the focus of what I have. And if we do not limit it to the actual act, I would say very, very simple that attention is an ability or a skill that can be learned, that enables us, that sometimes is turning into a habit and also limits our horizons, a socially shaped skill, a cultural skill, a skill that can be impaired, but also, something we do, something, that we can engage, and something that allows us not only to focus, but also to disclose and explore the world. And that you see very nicely in little babies or children, I think. Yeah.
I would like to take, you mentioned that we're talking about attention crises, and you mentioned that this is also a cultural habit. And I'd like to ask you, Anne, what the word attention often comes in conjunction with deficit or distraction. When we talk about reading, is this something that has deteriorated in the recent years, and how so? How did we get to this stage, and where does this attention deficit show itself in the reading context?
Yeah, that's another, if not mean question, it's a very big question, and it will depend on whom you ask in the field of reading research, and whether it's someone engaged in doing research on young children with reading difficulties or special education needs, dyslexia, for instance, or whether you're in Johan Hari's purpose of finding out what's going on with our ability to read long texts, which is perhaps where I'm closer to that realm of questions than to the more technical struggling readers and the attention problems that they may have. We're certainly more challenged, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to assume that what we see in assessments of reading, however narrowly they are defined and operationalized, like reading comprehension, we see now in the international assessments that overall, internationally, skills are going down. Most recently in Pearls with the 5th grade, and then before that with PISA, 15-year-olds. Certainly for Norway, there has been a downwards trend starting in 2016, and even a steeper decline in reading skills now in 2021. And now I forgot your question again, the deficit of attention, that some of that is certainly, although those are not causal studies, these are only correlations, but we know, and given what we know for Norway's case about the increase of the use of screens and digital devices in schools and outside of schools in our leisure time, along with the decline in long-form reading that we know and have known for decades, is so vitally important for fostering and developing and maintaining reading comprehension skills. It's not perhaps a big surprise that we see this downwards trend and I guess a decline in reading skills, and that is tied somehow to challenges to our ability to sustain focus and attention over time in something cognitively challenging.
Who is it to blame? Is it technology or ourselves?
Well, sorry. That was, I guess, you could read that into my answer. Partly, it's a big thing, of course, but it's a fact that we now, and children even more so, we are drowning in audiovisual stimuli, quick stimuli, and demands on our attention 24/7. So that plays into it for sure.
I would like to take a step back, and although I'm a great fan of your research, Anne, I would try to make a criticism, because this is a very specific form of attention research, and it has an implicit assumption, namely that there is something as a deficit or a distraction. But we often forget, if we say that something is a distraction, this is already a normative judgment, because then we imply someone has to or should be focusing on a specific thing, namely reading a text or making something very efficient and goal-oriented. And this is an implicit assumption you find in all kind of psychological and empirical attention research. But it also can be a very, it's a cliche word, neoliberal thing to say that everything has to be goal-oriented and efficient. I mean, this whole wording. Only if you define what children should do, namely read with concentration a text and sustain their attention, then you can define what is distracting them. If you just open-mindedly explore while you're mind-wandering or walking through a forest, or a little child that has a lot of things to see and new and to discover, this is a very different form of attention. It might be more practical, might be a more bodily awareness, or if you play football, for example, or you ski or you dance, this is a very different form of attention, and then you need also other kind of skills. So, and this would be something I would always have in mind. But still, of course, it's right that we tend to have a problem to sustain our attention, or I would say our involvement and engagement with things over time. And what I would like to discuss is maybe it's not so much as the book you refer to as stolen focus. But maybe what they have stolen us is the ability of being surprised, of being absorbed by something, or of really engaging in something, rather than, because what people doing with Snapchat and TikTok, they focus a lot, but not for a long time. And I think they don't decide to focus. Their focus and their selection of stimuli is made for them by the medium.
And there are several very important differences there between, you mentioned already that, of course, attention and the field of attention is huge, and it's studied by so many different disciplines and so many different paradigms. And to me, being a researcher studying the effect of different substrates and devices and modalities, so audiovisuals versus static versus dynamic stimuli, etc., on attention and reading. One important difference to me that I think is becoming very apparent now is between being stimulus-driven from outside. So having your attention structured by stimuli, the orientation response, it's called, or the alerting response. We cannot help but have our attention grabbed by something moving in the periphery of our visual field, or a loud noise that immediately grabs our attention. The difference there, and that does characterize a lot of our engagement with the digital, the audio visuals and the moving images and the flashes here and there, differently from, and what does that contribute to, and how does that contribute to and interact with ongoing cognition while reading, for instance, a complex and challenging piece of text, compared to the ways of structuring your attention from within. And you mentioned mind wandering. I think that's it's an emerging field of research, which is really interesting, and it's way more complex than what is typically studied in many fields of reading research, where it's considered a deviation or a distraction, a move away from reading. But I do think there is something potentially extremely important going on in mind wandering, as long as it is internally guided. There's a difference between if you're reading something and you're driven out of that engagement by means of something grabbing your attention from outside. That's a distraction. Compare that to you're sitting and reading something, and then you stop prompted by something in the text, and you look away, you look out the window, you continue to process. That's also a sense of mind wandering, but it's guided from within. And that to me is an empirical question, and it's a really interesting empirical question, whether if you're reading a text on a smartphone or a tablet or a laptop or a Kindle, or in a printout paper or in the hardcover book or in a pocketbook, all these are different devices for reading. If you're reading that same text, do the substrates and the media and the devices themselves differently facilitate that kind of internally guided mind wandering? And I wonder, but it's a properly an empirical question that I would really want to study, and we've started trying to tap into that, because I wonder if the materiality of the substrate may have something to do with that. And also our mindset when we are engaging typically with a screen device. We're so used to doing a lot of things. We're so used to the stimuli being audiovisual, that there is something moving. There is something that we should be doing. We should be clicking on something. We should be engaging sensory motorically with these devices. Whereas with the text imprinted on paper, it doesn't do anything in itself. It's static, it's still, it's immovable in a way. So I wonder, but again, I haven't seen any experimental research tapping into that in a systematic way. But that to me would be a very interesting way of beginning to discriminate the ways in which the different types of substrates and media perhaps facilitate more and less, perhaps, fruitful ways of mind wandering. One type of mind wandering is the distraction kind, which doesn't really contribute to your reading, whereas the internally guided could potentially be extremely interesting, and there are processing going on which has to do with perhaps consolidation and imagining. Just thinking out loud, that is in fact a gap in experimental and empirical research that I think we're seeing now, and we begin to think about because of this diffusion of reading onto these different devices.
So as a normal, non-expert reader, I can really agree to that, because I think when I read a book or a text printed out, of course I'm not moving and the text is not moving, but I go along with it. So it's really something like, I think it's an abstraction. So if you have so my expertise is more on visual or bodily attention. And if you explore your environment, even if you sit, you move with your eyes. Or if you're a little child, you say there and you go there. And I think you do the same in your mind when you read a text on paper. But if you do it on the screen, this kind of movement is made by the media, or it's guided by the media. And you cannot stop when you want, or not in the same way, or that's just thinking out loud. And when you read a text, you have to appropriate it. You make it your own, or relate it to your past experience, to your interest, to what you have read before. And if you cannot do this and if you don't have the time to appropriate the text or go along with the text, then you will not understand it, because it's not just objective information. It has to matter to you, or it has to relate to what you already know or what you want to do with it. And I can imagine that this is, or your studies show this actually, that this is easier with a static medium. But I don't know if maybe you can kind of, let's say, imitate this kind of paper with a Kindle or an electronic device. So maybe you can kind of imitate the normal paper reading with an electronic device, because we don't want to print out all the things, because this has also an environmental aspect. So maybe, I don't know.
We're just kind of talking.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm allowed.
It can, for sure, the technology is going to become better and better. But I keep wondering how to implement the materiality and the volume and the texture of paper, and this will of course only matter more for longer texts, because at least for now you're limited to 1 or 2 pages on a Kindle. However, visually close to and there are studies showing that it's even better for visual ergonomics to read on a Kindle, and certainly for people needing larger fonts and all those affordances of personalizing, and there are legibility issues, there are visual, all types of visual discrimination that can be better on electronic ink and all the newer and even ever more sophisticated display technologies. There's a lot of research on that in the field of display and visual perception. But what is more difficult to envision as being implemented digitally is the volume and the fact that in a book the length is reflected physically, and the book is the text in a way that a digital device will never be, because one of the advantages of a digital device is that it can be a library, not only one text. So, which is also why I think we see, even with younger students, and I've done some research with Naomi Barron, who's here in the audience, survey studies with also younger students. Surprisingly, many of them point to the importance of touch and tactility for reading as it's something that adds pleasure to their reading, and some report missing that with the digital. So that's, to me, testimony to the fact that reading is not only visual, it's not only mental, but it's fundamentally multisensory. And I think that's what we begin to realize now too, because we do things differently with a digital device. When we turn the pages, we interact with it differently haptically with our fingers and our hands when reading. And those engagements are becoming more noticeable the longer the text is. The backtracking in text, the use of fingers for bookmarking, etc.
And if we talk about this cognitive effort that needs to be done to gain access to these states, can we talk about audiobook? How do you see audiobooks this is a completely passive way, almost, much more passive way of receiving words than reading? Or how do you see audiobooks in this context?
So I can make it short because I can just tell you something about my own experience. So I find it extremely difficult to listen to an audiobook. But this could be something personal, because I have in all kind of language tests. So I had to learn Dutch, for example, because I'm a German native speaker, and you have to make these exams. And I was very good in all kind of written exams, but in the audio, you listen to something and then you have to answer questions. I was very bad. So maybe this is a personal thing. But what I love to hear are podcasts, people discussing with each other. And my intuition would be that when I read something, that's what I meant also with appropriating a text, then you stop and then you are mind-wandering, imagining, relating it to another book, to an own experience, maybe get sad or laugh or think of someone who you want to share the book with. And these kind of breaks, so to say, where you fantasize or have your own imaginaries, this doesn't happen when I listen to a book. But maybe, I don't know if this is a general experience also by other audience. Maybe I'm just too old and not used to it, or I don't have the capacity to get all the information when I listen to something. And it's hard to get back. Of course, you can do that, but you don't do that.
There appears to be something that attracts our attention and also something that can hold it. How do you see this, philosophically speaking, how do you see attention in this regard? In what objects attract our attention, and how is this? How do you see this duality?
That's a long debate in attention research, and you can say there were two camps. So in the beginning, it was all about, what attracts our attention is in the world. So there are things that attract more our attention and less. For example, red berries will attract our attention because, evolutionary thinking, it's something we eat, something contrast, something which is what they call, has a saliency. So researchers made a whole saliency map of features that attract our attention, no matter how old, what culture, whatever. So they are objectively. But recent research, if I'm still up to date, I'm a philosopher, not a psychologist, made a turn to more, what you want to see is, so there was a paper, I think, already in the 1990s, what you see is what you said. So these kind of interests, your past experiences, your cultural and social shaping habit is filtering your attention to such an extent that it's hard to define features that are salient for all humans. And I think there are such features, big contrasts, something, if someone cries very loudly or a very loud noise or something, but if you look closer, even that is kind of watering down if you look at different experiments and different cultures. And if I remember correctly, I read once a study, so don't put me, so don't fix me on that, where they compared, I think, Americans looking at a picture or a scenario, and people from Asian countries. I don't know exactly the Asian countries, and I don't know if this is really so correct as I tell it, but they found a difference that while Europeans or Americans always focus on the objects within a picture, they tend to attend more to the background, the landscapes, or the overall thing. So I have to look it up. So what they say, the gist of a scene. And they are not so object-oriented. And this could be something. I mean, so I think there might be some features that are salient for all human beings, not maybe for animals or for specific animals. But most of all, our attention is kind of like a blinders or filtered by what we want to do with things. So what I see here is really dependent on what I want to do with the glass, and if I want to drink, the rest of the table is not important to me, or what I want to see, what I'm used to see. But even there's a big, I think, a riddle I cannot solve myself. So some people say we attend to something what is new and surprising and irritating. So whenever something is out of the usual. But on the other hand, we see our attention is kind of guided by what we already know. And for example, if you think that, this was a stupid example, women cannot park their car in the right way, then you will always see women who cannot park in and will oversee all the men who also cannot do it. Or these kind of biases, as they call it, these kind of confirmation biases. But it seems to be a tension in here. Something that's very new should attract our attention, is salient. But on the other hand, we have this very from internal filters that's very much culturally, socially shaped, and also dependent on what we want to do. And to end this, I cannot cite philosophers very much because my memory is not very good for details. But I know that Merleau-Ponty, a phenomenologist, French phenomenologist, said that attention, and that's a very short citation, is an empty but also determined intention. And to explain it, if we attend to something, it must be something we are already a little bit interested in and that we know a little bit, because otherwise we would not attend to it. But it must be also something we don't know, because it's empty. It's an empty intention. Because if we would know it already, why should we attend to it? It's this curiosity that must be there. So it's in between these two things. If we know it too good, we won't attend to it. But if we know nothing about it, or never even had the concept or the word, or experienced it at all, it would also not be something we can attend to.
What role does immersiveness play in all this?
Immersion?
Yeah.
What role will immersion play in
attending, and especially when we talk about reading, but I try to probe both to make a bridge between reading research and philosophy.
I kept thinking when you were talking about another parameter here that we have not perhaps touched upon, and that's depth of attention, because in psychology we talk about a depth of processing, And I think that needs to be thrown in there as well. Or quality of attention and the temporal dimension of the effort that you put into being present over a period of time, whether it is in now talking with someone or reading, and then talking about the different depths of attention when you're engaged in audiovisual processing of audiovisuals on a screen, compared to perhaps then reading different types of texts on different types of substrates. And I know now this is perhaps becoming technical, but again, these are empirical questions, I think, and we really need more empirical research on it. And I've seen one study coming out where they, in fact, do tap into and measure in a experimentally controlled, or in a controlled experiment by means of EEG, the depth of attention when reading, and these are 13, 14-year-olds reading a static text on screen, and I think this was a computer screen, compared to paper. And they assess it by means of what's called the N400. It's an event-related potential, it's called. And basically, it is an indication, a very established paradigm to measure the depth of processing of semantic information, so a text. And they find, in fact, what they hypothesized, that those in the paper reading condition, they found this confirmation of they confirmed their hypothesis that it would be processed deeper, indications of deeper processing from paper than from this computer screen. So depth of attention, the quality of attention, and what challenges do we see now, and with what implications for not only for reading, but for many kinds of interpersonal skills and socio-emotional skills, and well, empathy and being present. Can we? Should we be worried about, or should we at least be aware of? And how can we train them? I think that's. And are there ways of training that could be then? Or does it matter if we train, for instance, this by means of reading, and then does the medium matter or the substrate matter? These are, I think, very important questions, and I'm just now happy to see that we see that type of neuroscience research really detailing in on depth of processing and depth of attention. But I'm curious about whether that is also something that's been in your. Is that also a part of the discussion on attention in a more philosophical discourse, depth of attention?
The depth of attention, of course, but what I think is more relevant, or there's more research on, is what you already said. You need depth of attention or a quality of attention. Why is this so relevant? Not only for reading, because evolutionary speaking, or when we think of attention not only as a current act or ability, but also as a possibility to disclose the world and others. Because we never disclose the world alone. When we are born, our attention is guided, and there's a dialogue with caregivers, and they kind of guide our attention. So the first attention is actually already a joint attention or a guided attention. So actually, and I think this is pretty much underrepresented in all the attention research. If we say attention is a kind of behavior, then it's a genuinely social behavior, because they're always talking about, it's something we need because in order for survive. But if we would not have this social attention, we could never survive. And I think this is actually something that is in danger with the specific kind of attention skill we now have due to digital and social media. Because first of all, we tend to look on the screen all the time, because in all the background, normally when you look at something, the background is not as processed or as conscious as the foreground. But if someone would be screaming, or if you see an old lady coming into the train, you see that someone needs help, and you would give her a chair. What we see nowadays is that people do not even see someone collapsing in the train because they are so focused, at least in the Netherlands, I see that a lot. And even when you talk to them, they do as if you ignore them. Because this is not a social normality anymore, that you have this background attention and also respect and for your social surroundings anymore. So this isolated focusing. And the second one is that all these contents and because it's about selecting or what matters attention, because we cannot engage with everything all at once, maybe in the movie. But now, all these machine learning algorithms, which learn by our user behavior, are filtering the information for us. So we don't do the selection ourselves anymore, or we started doing it, and then it's automatized. And that's what I also meant. We are stolen the capacity of being surprised in this sense. And that's also a social one, capacity of being responsive, what happens around us and what someone else, what we need for empathy. And I think maybe reading could be a skill. Maybe it's also very lonely skill, but there you also have to engage for a long time in a quiet setting. It could maybe also help, or it could be a similar skill than listening to someone, be having attention for someone else's needs and listening.
Deleuze speaks of capacity, our capacity to be affected. This is a very similar phrasing, I think. I promise that I'll open up this discussion quite a bit earlier today, but we still have some time for questions, just one or two perhaps. Has anyone got a question? Yeah.
Thank you. I had a question regarding the measuring of the EEG and the depth of attention. Maybe it's just because the participants learned the technique of reading on paper, and maybe that's why they there's a deeper activation of their neural networks, and it seems like their attention is deeper, or maybe it is even deeper, but maybe you should do tests on people who learned reading on screens and not on paper. I don't know. Also, I'm wondering about how effectively you can really measure by the electronic movements the depth of attention if you don't need, if you don't have some sort of a fallback to prove that it's really attention what you're measuring. But okay, this is more technical question.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I was not part of doing that research. So I would recommend that you read the paper, because these were. I don't know if they, or to what extent they controlled for how much these had been reading or taught to read on paper or on screens, but they were 13, 14-year-olds, New York, this was at Columbia University, so I guess you can assume that probably they had not done all of their reading on paper, I would assume. But I guess I would just recommend that you, if you send me an email, I will send you the paper.
I mean, what I always find interesting in this neurological and neuroscientific research is, I mean, the fact that our environment changes and we now have a fully digitalized and smart environment, so to say, at least in the Western countries, also has as a consequence that what we define as attention will change, because the brain is plastic. There's a plasticity. So what we measure as attention, or what we define, will also change in this process, because it's not contextless behavior. So it might be that young students have a very different attention or forms of attention than we have.
But I also think that we tend to perhaps think that many neuroscience, I'm not a neuroscientist, I wish we had, for next discussion, we should have someone from the neurosciences here, because there is, I think, a tendency in my field, education research and pedagogy, to assume that, for instance, the younger generation now, you have this myth about digital natives, for instance, that people keep referring to, and many perhaps still believe in, that, well, the more they read on screens now, the better they will be reading on screens, whereas the meta-analysis that we have shown an opposite pattern, a widening gap, and that the more recent studies and experiments show a larger so-called screen inferiority effect for reading comprehension, the way it has been measured in those experiments. So the newer the studies, the larger the advantage for reading comprehension on paper versus on screens have been found to be. So that kind of flies in the face of some of those assumptions that, well, if there is a negative effect on screens, it will at least become smaller or even disappear the more the younger generation read on screens, and the better they get to read on screens. And a correlational finding is that still in those Pearls and PISA background data, the good readers are those that report that they read and they prefer to read on paper. And that's got to do with, I think, the reading of long texts, long linear texts, that gives you so many of those, that gives you training in so many of those components of reading that you don't necessarily get, or that you don't get as well with a lot of digital reading, because it is, and this is the so-called shallowing hypothesis, because a lot of what we do when we read on screens, those are short snippets of multimedia information. We don't typically sit down and read pages and pages and pages of linear text when we engage with a screen. So that's why I think we consistently find and have found this in the Pearls and PISA cycles for the last couple of cycles, that the good readers are those that report that they read a lot and they prefer to read on paper, meaning I think that they read more long texts and more often in a print format. So it's just there tends to be, I'm not saying that that's an assumption, it's an empirical question, but for now at least, there isn't much in the experimental and the effects studies showing that reading a lot of digital texts will improve your reading comprehension the way it's typically assessed in cognitive psychology. So assessing comprehension on different levels of textual information.
It'd be great to continue to listen to this very interesting interdisciplinary discussion, but unfortunately we've ran out of time. So I'd like to thank you both for your great insights and you for attending. Thank you.